I know.
Trailblazer Poker Tour, brought to you by Texas Card House. Over $2 million in guarantees. First stop TCH Social Austin on October 16th through 28th. With 16 big events. The full schedule available now.
Celebrate Texas Card House Dallas 4th anniversary. High hands from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. $1,000 drawings every hour from 4 p.m. to 12 a.m. Buy 4 hours for $44.
Jason Mitchell, critically acclaimed actor and the star of Straight Outta Compton, is coming to TCH Social Austin for the meetup game and live stream with Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton, 2004 WSOP main event winner Greg Raymer, poker vlogger Wolfgang Poker, WSOP bracelet winner Fireman Scott, and Pokerface Ash. For more details, visit TexasCardHouse.com. High hands every 20 minutes from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. Winner gets an $800 entry that day into the $1 million guaranteed Trailblazer main event. Earn a $200 for $400 time match by playing 2 hours from 2 p.m. to 10 p.m. Plus free play from 6 a.m. to 12 p.m. $1 beers and $1 monthly memberships for new members only. Only at TCH Social Austin and only on October 23rd.
All right. What's going on, everybody? Look at all those fantastic promos we got coming up here at TCH Social in Austin. Really looking forward to that. I am Aaron McAvoy, hanging out with you guys here tonight out of Austin, and up there in Dallas is RJ Dupree. What is up, my man? How you doing?
Doing great. How are you, buddy?
Doing very well. Happy to be here. Looking forward to this show. We've got a lot of the usual faces, and we got at least one newcomer as well. Really looking forward to seeing how our new addition fares in here. We got Trisha in the 1 seat coming to put a smackdown on some of these local boys, and we'll see how she does here tonight. Really looking forward to that.
Yeah, I look forward to Trisha. Now, I hear that she's from the Missouri area, and the rumor has it she might have been on one of the very first final tables that Texas Card House Dallas had, and it was almost a practice, if you will, a final table of one of the first tournaments on TCH Live, and she was a part of it. She mentioned that to us earlier.
Very good. Excellent. Well, it's great to have Trisha back on, and we'll see how things go here. As we look around the table, we got Z-Fish, Benham, we got Carlos, we got Scott, John, JD, and Doc there in the 6th seat. Okay, Doc Holiday, of course, or Hollywood, rather. So we got a couple seats that'll be filled here shortly. And as you can see there at the bottom, of course, we got the Trailblazer Poker Tour kicking off, the inaugural tour starting here at TCH Social in Austin. That's kicking off tomorrow with a $100K guaranteed tournament, $360 buy-in. That starts at 2 p.m. tomorrow. So come on down, TCH Social here in Austin. Get in on the action here for the very first event. And then following that, we've got the $500K guarantee that is kicking off with starting flights there on Thursday. Running through Friday and Saturday, even have a turbo Sunday morning to get into day 2. It's going to be kicking off 2:30 p.m. there on Sunday the 20th. So be hanging out watching some football and fighting for the big prize there on Sunday. Then, of course, if you didn't make it to day 2 or if you bust out of day 2, there's always the second chance here. You got the double barrel deep stack, $100K guarantee, $300 buy-in, also on Sunday the 20th. So fantastic series of tournaments. Pardon me. Kicking off here, starting tomorrow, running through the weekend, and then the series just keeps on going from there. So we'll go ahead and keep putting up the additional tournaments that we'll be hosting here at TCH Social across throughout the night, but that's just the flavor of what kicks off tomorrow.
Man, it looks like I need to move to Austin for the weekend.
Dude, absolutely. Well, not just for the weekend, for the next week and a half. Man.
Right,
We've got
exactly.
the $500K, and then a whole bunch of stuff throughout the week, including the $1 million guarantee.
That stuff's going to be amazing.
Right, you are. Okay, we're getting a flip done here, PLO flip, to get somebody chipped up a few $100 as we take a look here in the chat. We got Phony Turgeson, we got Poker Monkey, and Frog Plays in the chat. What is up, folks? Welcome in. And to anybody who is not already chatting away, welcome to the stream. Happy to have you here, as it looks like JD winning the flip there for 700. And everybody buying in for the 5K except for Doc Hollywood. He's buying in for 3K to get things started. All right, so 10 1/4 we are playing here tonight. And we've got the always fly Carlo sitting in the big blind for hand number 1.
Yeah, look at this crew tonight. Now, they told me earlier that I needed to make them look good, but we don't have to do squat. These guys are looking fantastic. And along with a little help from Trisha, it helps things. They're even better.
Absolutely right. All right, Doc going to come in for a limp. John going to go ahead and bump up the price to 75. We get over and around to Benham here in the small blind, waking up with a premium right off the bat. Ace Queen. Go for the third wager. 300 to go.
In Germany? Yeah. When I went to the Euro Cup, when my pro roommate took me there for Father's Day.
That will squeeze Doc out of the pot. But now back over to John. He'll get to play in position, but ace-10 off is pretty raggy, so he will just let it go. And Benham will take down the very first hand.
Red disc for stop and go. They have a friendly guy.
Here we go. It's always fun to get Benham started early.
They have a red guy for the stop.
Never terrible for the game.
Because they were really pissed off for being where they were. So that was a way for them to convince.
All right, we got Michael Jones. We got Kicker Problems joining us here in the chat. What is up? Welcome in, guys.
Yeah, Phony Turgeson saying hello and reminding me, Kicker Problems reminding me that somebody's reminding me that it's Happy Taco Tuesday, and I forgot to go get my Taco Tuesdays today.
Oh, no. Well,
doggone it.
Maybe you'll have a chance after the stream. That's certainly when I do my best taco damage.
Yes, may have to.
All right. Easy peasy here for John this time around with the ace-5 suited, as he gets no takers pre. And it looks like we are waiting to get the 3-seat filled here. I presume we have somebody coming in to take that spot that's currently vacant.
My little girl, my 3-year-old.
Yes, I hear that Traffic got our 3 seats, so they'll be here shortly.
This time I picked
Yeah,
up a new one.
Traffic in the Dallas area and the Austin area will
I think she
get anybody.
she remembered I had
Yeah, our big poker rooms know what to do in a traffic jam in Dallas, Austin, and Houston.
Because it can't be, it's weird that she picked it.
John here V-pipping 100 as he looks at
Starting to see a pattern.
good hands.
That's the only way to stop.
Each of the first 3
raise,
deals.
raise.
JD just going to cold call or flat call the 9 here next to act. And
Here we go,
Scott
John.
will
Get in
to-
there.
Yeah, Scott gets to close the action there from the big blind, and here we go to an ace-high board 2-tone. John, with the king of spades, opts not to continue here. And wow, Scott picking up trip 7s now on the turn. And do you recognize, RJ, the little fat head or bobblehead or whatever he's got there?
No. I'm pretty terrible with my bobblehead characters that he brings in. I know a lot of them are South Park, which I have a little bit of a chance on South Park, but not really. I do recognize the Pete Rose jersey.
Ah, okay.
But yeah, I might need some help from the chat on the little bobblehead guy that he's rocking tonight. I should have asked him earlier. He said hello.
Phony says 9s should have raised. Yeah, JD, he definitely could. The main concern there is that, you know, whenever you 3-bet a under the gun raiser, they typically have a pretty strong range, and you're going to get 4-bet at a pretty high clip just because a higher percentage of the under the gun opening range is going to be 4-bet worthy. So you really hate to 3-bet 9s and then be like, okay, now I guess I just like have to call this 4-bet in position and see what happens in a big pot with pocket 9s. So definitely see a fair bit of cold calling. or flat calling rather, in that position, but certainly take it a couple of different ways. As John is literally just going to VPip 100 here. Dude is waking up with hands left and right.
Yeah, it hasn't been boring for John.
You're one behind.
And typically, he's one of the a little more snug players on a Tuesday night, so sometimes it takes him a little while to get going, so it's good to see him splashing around, jumping in there early tonight.
Yeah, sometimes that's the way the cards go, right? You're either just like super card dead, get like 40 hands in a row, just like pure fold, and then other times you're just like, wow, I can't fold. Like these hands are amazing, or at least playable, given the dynamic. So
yeah, it's always a fun spot where you get to raise like 4 or 5 hands in a row, and on that like 4th or 5th one, you're like, man, I have to keep raising.
Yeah.
The holdings tell me to.
Right. Trisha here, the holdings telling her to raise 75 to go with the ace king, and John has ace
wow.
And being in a small blind here with such a strong hand against the under the gun range of Trisha, he is going to go for a relatively modest 3-bet size. Doesn't go for the full 4x, as you'll oftentimes see 4.5x in that dynamic. JD here looking to cold call the king-queen suited. No, he is going to put in the 4-bet rather.
All right, let's get this party started.
I'm the only one that started with 3.
Back over to Trisha, who is going to make the call, and this is going to be a little bit interesting. John here is going to, yeah, he's okay.
Ripalicious.
Yeah, it didn't take much time settling on that decision. I mean, anytime you have ace-king suited, right, you're just like, whatever. Like, we're just all in here. If Trisha has queens or something, like, so be it. But she's usually going to be pretty capped when she calls the 4-bet from JD there. So I think this is a slam dunk jam from John.
Just jam in all sorts of different forms.
So the hand before JD elected to not 3-bet with 9s, and here he 4-bets with king queen, and that just gets smashed right out of the building.
Yeah, it makes some sense because cold calling 3-bets is never recommended. And his hand is just a little bit too strong, right? Like, he really wants to continue in the hand. And him putting in a 4-bet there is definitely a bluff from the standpoint of, like, his top value hands that are going to be 4-betting. But, you know, it's just sort of like cold calling the hand to a 3-bet is just such a bad play that he doesn't want to take that route, and folding feels too bad. Wow, the ace-king off gets folded by Trisha. She doesn't want to play for all the chips with just ace-king high. John does show the ace-king suited, so she'll know that it was roughly a flip, but ace-king suited, of course, a slight favorite.
There we go. Fascinating hand to get this party started, just in hand number 6 tonight.
I just got one.
And yeah, we'll see if we get like a full orbit of John B. pipping.
That's right.
That would be something special.
Because I know JD's not pulling that shit
Yeah.
low cards. So
Give him some 4s on the button or something cool.
I'm good.
Like, and not only is he V pipping 100, he's RFI 100. Like, he's raised every time. He just keeps getting the good.
Tried to slip one through, and that was like bad timing. Bad timing. I keep queen.
Yeah, JD lamenting his position there. He's like, yeah, I had to light 650 on fire or whatever it was because of you jokers and your ace kings.
Uh-oh, club on club crime. I didn't see what John had, but he didn't even like it. He got up on his button, whatever it was.
Phony says she folded ace king WTF. I don't know.
All you.
She opens under the gun.
Oh
It's 3-bet, 4-bet calls, and then the 5-bet jam. I mean, I think it's okay to fold ace-king in certain orientations. Usually, if you're a bit deeper, you know, you can kind of think about this as 200 blinds deep without the 50 on here, as Benham is doing this time. It's just the 25 for that hand. 200 big blinds, though, is a lot to get in pre-flop with just ace-king off. So, and it's not like you're going all in, you're calling it off, right?
Right.
So it's a little bit of a different scenario. Now, of course, there is JD's dead money in there. His 650 just sort of turned into a pot sweetener. So you do have a little bit of an incentive to get your money in there and see what happens with the ace-king, but also pretty reasonable. I don't think anybody who's going to, you know, sort of just think about launching 200 blinds in pre as a call is, you know, just like, oh, it's slam dunk, you got to do it, you know.
Yeah, that fold's pretty fine, pretty okay, more than 100 blinds deep, and you are facing a 5-bet, so it's not like that hand is going to be pretty light over there. Most 5 hands are pretty strong, or most 5-bets are pretty strong hands.
Yeah, and the opposite side of that, which, you know, sort of goes to the like WTF, is that she put the 650 in. So you can imagine 3 650s going into the middle plus the little bit of other sort of blind money. That's a pretty sizable chunk of dead money in there that she needs to then put another 4,300 roughly in to try to win. So, I mean, yeah, it's definitely close. I think you can go either way. It depends on what you think John's range is capable of having. If he ever has like some ace-5 suited and you give him 3 combos of ace-5 suited plus all of his like value and ace-kings, maybe some ace-queen offsuits, right? Like you give him, you start constructing a range and you could convince yourself that ace-king off is a profitable call. But I think by and large you're just going to be like flipping against queens a lot, up against aces and kings at a decent enough clip that it's just not a very profitable spot. Perfectly reasonable fold. Anyways, we could kick that horse till it's blue in the face, but let's move on to this hand as JD has raised it up to 200 and Z-Fish three betting to 850.
You got a blue horse? Z-Fish warming up.
If you kick it enough, it'll go blue in the face. Or somebody will.
Yeah. When I saw today's lineup, I was like, sweet, I get to watch JD and Z-Fish go at it tonight. Took them 9 hands to mix it up here.
Yeah, this is pretty spicy. The 5 deuce is reaching real far into the get out of my house, JD, kind of a range. JD just gonna flop ace high, but Z-Fish here. Bottom end of the gut shot with backdoor diamonds is going to check, as he's going to do with a lot of his hands. Even aces, kings are going to look at this board and be like, this kind of sucks, and think about checking it. So we'll see if JD decides to sort of range bet here, as he's going to have the 9s, 8s, 6s in his range, and he is going to bet 475.
I appreciate that.
Fish kind of
Here we go.
off. And with that call, stack to pot ratio here is getting closer to 1. There is now a 1-liner to a straight out there. So JD now gets to also rep the 7s.
Pretty rough
Yeah,
card
I mean,
for...
Go ahead.
I was just saying that looks like a pretty rough card for the plan of Z-Fish here.
Yeah, absolutely, because even if he has like pocket aces, pocket kings, and JD stuffs it, he's going to just be like, cool, this board is super awesome to call off all my money with 1 pair. We'll see if JD goes for it here. It's a little bit weird because if he has like 2 red 7s or something, he might actually just go for it all to try to get like aces or kings with a spade to be like shrug, call it off. Same with a set. but he is going to go for the smaller size.
That'll
Looks
do
like
her.
he bet 1,000.
What was it?
Looks like JD's looking across the table when he's thinking about bets and getting his ideas from Doc's hat.
There you go. Randomize on the grains of the hat or something. You know?
Yeah,
I like it.
exactly.
I think so, right?
Never gonna stop, Z-Fish.
Yeah, I think more than anything, JD was just sort of trying to do some mental arithmetic of like, if I don't jam for, you know, whatever it was, 1.2,
Oh, shit. It's like
1.3
ripping
x
on my
pot,
face.
maybe I bet like, you know, 40% and then 60% all in on the river, whatever the math would have been there.
Stream tells me the outs and what you guys are holding. I'm like,
Looks like we have a 3-seat now. Looks like we got that Bobby over there.
in that one hand, we're
Let's
actually
go. Welcome to the stream here, Bobby.
My kids, Dad, what are you doing? We can't see the cards like you can.
Right.
Dad, you had the check mark and you folded.
Check mark. You had the check mark. Why didn't you win there?
We don't get to see the cards, you know.
I feel like I've seen Scott's little guy there before, and I'm not sure who that is. Okay, got it?
Yeah, it's always tricky too because,
Hey, I'm Trisha.
you know, it's not like we get to really zoom in on it.
Yeah.
Get a real tight shot. But
Let's let off this. What's up with that grip?
JD is getting 3-bet here tonight. This
Oh,
time
was
by
it too much?
Benham.
I mean, he's a little
Queen
strong.
9
I didn't mean
suited.
to.
Nice. Yeah, it's always
I didn't even realize. Yeah.
it's always a fun attribute to the game when Z-Fish is behind JD. And it doesn't hurt that Benham's over there as well.
Undercover surveillance.
They're listening right now, so the cover's blown.
The Chinese are watching this live stream.
Can you bring him back a toy?
They're all made in China. Why would I need to bring it back?
Last time I went to China, which was I guess the only time I went to China, I went there.
They're
and
all
there's
watching
these fidget
Trisha.
spinners
They
everywhere.
love
I'd never seen them
TCH
before.
live.
I'd never
At
seen
that
them
time?
before. Yeah, at the time. And so like I bought like 10 of them. I was like, these are cool. And I came back and I had these fidget spinners and I was just like, and then they exploded. And I was like, I should have bought 100,000 of them. I should have bought 100,000 of them.
You were there at the right time and didn't know it. But if you don't know it, you don't know it. You know? What are you going to do?
I mean, there was like every little market that I went to.
I wonder what fun little trinket they're talking about. I missed it.
Fidget spinner.
Ah, gotcha. Right.
That was a pretty big craze, but it was
That was. Yeah, the
short-lived.
kids loved them.
Same goes to the housing market, though. That's
Giving
right.
kids arthritis all across the
If you
land.
don't know. 10 years ago. Oh, my God. Yeah.
Yeah.
Z-Fish here flopping a gut shot straight flush draw. Trisha,
It's been good. We talked.
unafraid,
We bought a very
betting
reasonable house
into
when
4
we bought
opponents
this, we're like,
with
you know, you never know. Now looking back, I'm like, why was
just
that
some
reasonable?
sort of
I should've
raggy
just raised.
backdoors and ace
Like they tell you,
high.
like you can qualify for this big of a blow, and you're like, no,
Benham
I can't.
here has flopped
No
best
way.
with the pair of eights, but
Like it blew up in the last 5, 6 years.
it's Z-Fish here who is going to
mean,
click
Texas always
this
been
up,
slow,
adds 400
you know,
to the
little
bet,
increments and stuff, but this-
and Trisha's going to take one more peek and is just done with the hand. So Z-Fish gets away with one there. Of course, may have just drilled the gutty straight flush, you know, at some point later in the hand, but always nice to win the 6 high.
Remember me?
Little straight flush draw, no problem.
Doc. I go by Doc, but Alex. Dr. Alex.
Have you ever made a royal flush in Hold'em?
Trick Bobby, just go back in time
Yes.
and have more money. You know, that's all.
More
Let's
than one?
see.
Have
I
more
feel
money.
like more than one.
I had more money back then. Oh my god.
I know one
So
time I
rich.
was at a casino that they were paying 1/10 of the bad beat jackpot if you got a royal
That's what I'm
flush.
saying. They offered me a really big credit line.
And
was
I
like, nah,
flopped
that's
a
okay.
royal flush with ace 10 of spades.
Ridiculous.
And yeah, the bad beat jackpot was up around 170 grand that day, and they brought me
Sure got
1,700.
that balloon loan,
that royal
mega
flush.
mansion.
Nice, dude.
So yeah, that was a pretty cool story.
That's a great story. That is the best way to make a royal flush I've ever heard of.
Yeah, thank you.
And what makes it a little more interesting is I was a little tilted up. The game was slow and it was not going well for me. And I had raised probably,
Welcome to the game, Bobby.
10 hands in a row. and I was in the big blind with that ace-10 of spades, and I raised, and somebody calls me with fives. I flop the royal flush. We'd have to check it down because I want to get to 1,700. And if I had not been raising that day like that on tilt, I probably wouldn't even have had enough money in the pot because the game was so like dead.
Oh, okay. Wow. Well, that worked out for you.
Yeah.
All right, Carlos going to play his first hand here on the button. Ace-Queen suited, and it's a pretty dusty flop for the Ace-Queen of diamonds. Bobby here coming in with the jacks for his first hand, I believe, that he's played.
There we go. Good to see Bobby here. He has made it. He's got him a cold Modelo and a couple of jacks.
Jacob Poker saying what I was thinking. He's like 1,700 or 17,000. Must have been 1% of the bad beat jack.
Oh, yeah, pardon me. Yeah, my math would be drunken, but yeah, I think it was a 1% deal.
Yeah, so yeah, still fantastic. I mean, 1,700 that you wouldn't have otherwise gotten just because you made a big hand. That's pretty great.
Yeah, it was kind of neat.
Yeah, so I've definitely made a couple of royals online, and live I have made a couple as well. But yeah, I mean I think it's like 4 royals in my whole poker history between online and live, which is it's a lot, right? I mean, a royal flush is really hard to make, but
they are hard. It's funny. I've been dealing 16 years and then like another 2 or 3 years, and even dealing, I bet I've dealt less than 10 in 20 years.
Yeah, that sounds right.
Yeah.
I will say from a wild standpoint, I put 3 on the board in 20 years.
Why am I hearing the stream?
But yeah, there's people dealing in those in those pits that hope they can put a royal on the board for those ultimate Texas games or whatever. And
What did you do?
yeah, nobody ever does that. I did 3.
Yeah, very rare. All right, Bobby here with the ace-jack suited. Takes it up 6x and gets no callers as nobody had anything even remotely close to a 6x calling hand. And we'll just move right along here. JD going to be in the big blind this time.
That was the first.
Kicker problems flopped top pair once. That was wild. Wait, you know,
right?
Got to start somewhere. And
That's the
making a
heat.
pair is pretty tricky there.
Yeah, that's the heater I've been on lately. I'm familiar with that song.
Well, I sure am looking forward to this tournament kicking off tomorrow. The 100K guarantee event #1 of the Trailblazer Tour here at TCH Social in Austin. I will be in the field right around the 2 o'clock kickoff time.
Boom.
$360 buy-in, 1-day 100K guaranteed tournament here at TCH Social in Austin. If you are anywhere near this area and you have the tournament bug, that is the one you want to be in tomorrow afternoon and evening. So come on down. About 4 hours, I believe it is, of late reg, so plenty of time to get in after the 2 o'clock hour when things kick off. And yeah, someone's going to go home with a nice chunk of change. Carlos here taking down this pot for 410. But yeah, first prize in that one going to be probably north of 20K if I have done any sort of tournament math before. And that's a pretty good payday for 360 bucks.
Yes, sir. They will crush that guarantee. And I used to love the good one-day tournaments. You get to feel that sting at the end of the day when you're grinding at 1:30, 2 o'clock in the morning, trying to wrap that bad boy up.
Oh, yeah.
That will be a good one, though. Shoot,
Yeah,
they might get to 150 if the field will allow it.
It's funny.
Yeah, we'll see. You know, I mean, it's always interesting when you've got like a new sort of thing in town.
Yeah, right.
It's the first Trailblazer Tour. It's the first event. 100K guarantee, definitely ambitious. Very much looking forward to see how it's received. I imagine we're going to have quite a few grinders in from out of town that are going to be spending the whole week and a half with us here in Austin from start to finish. So I imagine there's going to be plenty of those folks in the field. It'll be really interesting to see, just how much of a turnout we get for, sort of a late afternoon, early evening tournament here in the middle of the week to start things off, but I'm very much looking forward to it. I hope that all of y'all out there that are listening and watching will come down and join us and get in on the action. As, wow, what a turn card here for Scott. Drills the gutty. Trisha still with redraws to a better hand. She can hit a diamond or a jack to chop it up.
Leonardo DiCaprio. Angelina Jolie.
That is a red card, but not the right shape here for Trisha. She is going to finish with just king high. And with just about 1,000 in the middle, she is going to take a stab, goes for half pot, and Scott here is going to give her a rude awakening with a raise all in.
Oh, is this one of those wine freakhouse party of PDD?
Yeah, no. There's not going to be any baby.
Trisha says, well, I tried. And it was a good attempt. Certainly having the 10 of diamonds in hand, not the worst card to be holding, but Scott just has the goods.
Definitely a fair effort. Ran up against the goods. And a little bit frustrating here for Trisha starting out tonight, as her runouts have been a little bit turbulent, but she'll get her going here in a minute. Had to lay down the ace-king early, and
Oh, I've heard of the New York Gala.
a couple of turbulent runouts, one to her left and that one to Scott.
Does it cost that much to attend that one? I wouldn't know.
I wouldn't know either.
I just heard that the New York Gala is like.
All right, $50 straddle is on here.
Let's go.
I gotta learn how to curl it up.
I can show you.
Under the gun razors, I love it.
I don't know if I can pull out that.
Yeah, we're getting a lot of big hands up front, and Carlos just going to flat from UTG2.
So we went to my wife and
Giveaway.
But we know what he was willing to cost.
Ace Jack and Jack 6 in there as well. 4 players going to look at this flop, and there's a couple of clubs out there for Bobby. This is a super dusty board for everybody else. The 10s do not do any betting here, though. That is an interesting revelation. So, free card, 9 of diamonds comes off. Now Benham comes in for the raise, still holding an overpair. Bobby needs to see that card. He doesn't have as much as a gut shot or anything, but he can hit a jack or a club to improve to the best hand. And it is neither of those. It is the ace of diamonds. Checky, checky. Benham shows down the winner. 2,200 going the way of Benham. And Bobby there.
God, do you ever catch a 9 on the turn when you check that flop? Jeez. Checking that flop with 10s, and he gets the friendliest little 9 on the turn, no problem. Perfect.
Yeah, I mean, it's a spot when you go multi-way that you can definitely mix in some check raising. But I prefer to do it with aces, kings, maybe queens there. I think the 10s and jacks of the world are very much inclined to just barrel
risky
immediately.
business.
Yeah, because there's just so many overcards that can come. And if, yeah, you imagine that it's a jack, a queen, a king, an ace, right? I mean, like now his check is just like miserable. So,
hello,
all right, Carlos.
Aces.
Looking at the birds, UTG baby.
He rubs shoulders, elbows with the rich and famous, so I think he's got the inside scoop there. Just too little. Yes, please, thank you. Ooh, he says.
Any new car acquisition?
All right, limped pot stays limped all the way through. Carlos not going to get what he wanted.
Carlos scared him to death.
It's definitely something that Carlos is apt to do, and now he's got the ace of hearts in hand as well. So we're talking about the biggest of overpairs and the nut heart. He's going to bet out here after 2 checks up front.
Nobody else holding a heart.
Yeah, Benham's second pair, a couple of bad gut shots with no heart redraws, and a pair of 9s just by the wayside. So Doc, the only player who's interested in sticking around, and it would have been 2 pair here and a pretty nasty 2 pair for Benham had he stuck around, but instead the aces are still way out front of the bad gut shot here.
And you see Benham over there with a little bit of a grin on that turn. Doc Hollywood still has heart. He's reaching for chips.
What you do, man? What you do?
Makes the call here. The river is a brick. Now a one-liner to a straight. Any queen is good for a king-high straight. And Carlos bombs it for over pot. He is turning the aces into a bluff.
Let's see if one pair wants to call me.
What are you gonna be for Halloween?
Unfortunately, Hollywood doesn't have a pair.
Just one time, Carlos.
Joker, I like to use.
Yeah, I mean that's turning aces into a bluff with the best card to do it with the ace of hearts, but yeah, I mean that's just not a favorable run out. And I think whether Carlos really ever dreamt of turning aces into a bluff there, the board run out really just kind of said like, well, your opponent may have somehow rivered two pair on you, and if you don't put them all in and really just attack, you might just end up showing down the loser here. So.
The old value bluff right there.
He would have been trouble.
I don't know if my little girl picked it up because
and then, well, Randy and Ryan next to me.
All right, so
looks like Doc's adding on a bit after that hand.
And Trisha has changed her name to Too Lil Too Late.
Too little. Right on time, Trisha.
I haven't looked at my cards.
I don't think these with makeup because makeup seems like a lot of work.
Right? Yeah, I think I'm in a neighborhood that'll have a lot of chickens.
I think you guys are. Yeah, we went there last time. We dropped off the blue.
Like a trick-or-treating.
Yeah, it looks.
Z-Fish raises it up on the button, rocking that shirt from 1983. I love it.
Stop, JD. I'm not stopping all night.
Yeah.
Just say no.
Buddy, just wait, all right? When you get
Every
aces,
time you lead out. That's why you lead out.
There you go, Z-Fish and JD reminding each other that they're going to be here all night.
I have a big display in my house.
Definitely one of my favorite Tuesday night rivalries.
He opens, I know he's going to go over the top.
He plays Bushman, so he's got that. You know the guy at San Antonio. He gets from different places, but he pretends he's a plant or a shrub, and he stands up and scares people. So that's what he does. He sits.
You need to wake up with some cards.
Yeah.
Set the trap for him, please. Set the trap.
Occasionally, these guys will bring in a gift here to the broadcasting booth, so you have to come up. You'll have to come make it up, Aaron, so you can partake. But special thanks to Doc today for spoiling us.
Oh, absolutely, I do. All right. Well, next series up there in Dallas, I'll be there.
There we go.
Go and take it.
So do you dress up for Halloween? Or?
I probably will.
Yeah, these guys have been great. They spoil us every now and then, and that's a lot of fun. And it's been fun to get to know some of these guys. And where would I rather be on a Tuesday night but right here at TCH Live?
Absolutely.
Next week, Carlos can come with the pictures on what he
All
just
right,
told
we
us.
got a limp, a raise, a call, and another call. So 3 players going to take a look at a flop here, and it's a blackjack hand against ace-3 and king-5. Nobody connecting here. The ace-high is best. But Doc going to go ahead and take a stab at this, and that is good enough to take it down. And he shows the 3 of diamonds, doesn't show the 8 behind it, but yeah, that is just like, what can he possibly have there?
Show that double down.
Yeah, that's just a man defending a straddle right there. Well, no, he limped under the gun is what he did. He limped the 8 tray. Oh, that's savage.
Nice.
Hit a boat with 8-3.
All right. So yes, of course, we've got the kickoff event, the 100K guarantee for the Trailblazer Tour. That starts tomorrow, and then on Thursday, 2 starting flights per day throughout the rest of the week. Thursday, Friday, Saturday. 12 noon and 5 p.m. starting flights, as well as a turbo flight 9 a.m. Sunday morning. So if you really just want to grind it all out in one day, just come on in, get your chips for day 2, and play 2:30 p.m. on Sunday for day 2, and just rock it all the way through to the final table, which will be finalized there on Monday, the following day.
You get Venom popping 3s again. You got it. Yeah.
It's going to be one heck of a tournament
Was that the hand
to kick off this new Trailblazer Tour. Wow. All right.
Yeah,
we've seen
I'm
some-
pumped for the Trailblazer Tour. Hopefully I can make it to
Maybe in a minute.
some of these stops
I'm gonna
across
Celsius today, 'cause I'm
Texas just to get in a little poker
Celsius,
trip and whatnot. Can't do it this week, although I should have. Should have had it prepared and ready to go.
Caffeine first.
Because Austin would be one of my favorite stops. It's definitely still on my list, especially only being 3 hours away. I need to make a little weekend trip down there very soon.
For sure. Well, do you play any of the Omaha, sort of the mixed games or whatnot?
Yeah.
No, not really. I do mix up some Omaha. You know, I'll play some Omaha and some Hold'em. Mixed games, not so much. They've been dying to recruit me in some of these mixed games, and I usually have to give them the bird and go sit somewhere else where I belong.
Gotcha. All right. Well, I was gonna say because we got some PLO tournaments throughout the week.
Yeah.
And
those are
there's a
fun. I
mixed
do
game
enjoy
tournament. There's even a Deuce 7 tournament. So all sorts of good stuff coming up here. That is, if the 2-card game is not your forte or your preferred, we've got some other options.
The PLO tournaments are a blast.
Oh, absolutely.
I do get a lot of enjoyment out of those. Grip it and rip it and see what happens, you know.
As you do with 4 cards. All right, 75 is the wager. We're getting a cascade of calls all the way over here to Scott in the big blind with the Doyle. He is not going to participate. So we'll go 4 ways to a flop. And when everybody has big cards, it comes small. When everybody has middling small cards, it comes big. Three fish connecting with the best of it. And no takers.
Can you bring that, please?
Yeah, I didn't recognize his name.
So yeah, for the full lineup of tournaments, you should check out the website here. The QR code on screen. You can also look at Poker Atlas. Of course, we'll have the full schedule on there as well. But yeah, $2 million in guarantees for our tournaments starting tomorrow, running through the 28th here at TCH Social. And then the tour moves around. So the next stop is going to be in Springs, just outside of Houston.
There we go.
And, moves around the state. So we're going to get 6 stops total, and for each stop you can earn points based on how well you perform in the tournaments, how many buy-ins you buy in for. Main event winners get special bonus. Anybody that makes the final table in the main events will get bonus points. There's all sorts of these opportunities to accumulate points, because the one player who accumulates the most points over the entire Trailblazer circuit is going to win a Chevy Trailblazer crossover vehicle from TCH.
There you go. That's pretty sweet. Texas Card House Player of the Year wins a Trailblazer. I love it.
And the other 49 highest point earners or main event winners are going to get an entry into a 50K free roll as well. So all sorts of fantastic promos there for the Trailblazer Tour. Really looking forward to participating in that over the entire course of the series. All right, JD here, ace high. Good enough.
I guess he'll be back.
Shows Doc Hollywood winning that one. Yeah, there we go. We'll get it back up. Correct.
Hey, the angry itch is a real deal, bro. You got to own that shit.
Got Zach in the box tonight, by the way. Mr. Zach stirring them up for us tonight.
Yeah, what happened to that one?
I still have it. And there's only 150 of those in the United States.
One of our favorite dual rates here in Dallas. Good to see he still knows how to pitch them.
No, there's no R10.
There is a V12 though, right? Or V10.
The V10 is the RH GT.
All right, Mr. Modelo, I got your beer, and then I also have a
I know enough to make it dangerous.
We're playing 7 deuce?
You're not.
Yeah. Is that all you have?
Nick button. He's asking about the Nick button.
We play Nick game.
Here we go. Now they're talking about some knit game. I like
All
it.
of it. 7 deuce.
Yeah.
Nick button.
I want to see your cars. So
Yeah,
what I got to do?
like, do you have like a Mazda or a Nissan?
Wow, JD here gets a walk. I haven't seen one of those in a while.
That's all I got.
I have a Hyundai Sonata. No, there's not much left of it in the world.
5-4 suited, but it can't be that.
Walk it out. We don't do walks on Tuesday night. It's all right. We'll give you a
Not
pass
a regular
on this one.
occurrence.
As an investment?
We'll give them a little pass till they get warmed up.
Play Nick game now?
So as we look at the profit and loss here, unfortunately we've got too little too late shown as profiting 2,300, but that's actually going to be a loss of about 2,200. She bought in for 5K, and unfortunately we just have that registered as a profit of 5K, and now that has dwindled. But in any case,
Last one to win a hand.
Yeah, I noticed when she first started, it looked like it had appeared as though she bought in for $0.
I thought about it.
yeah, so just a little bit of a glitch there, but we can see that you know, sort of our big winner right now, John and I think JD, they're both up just like 1,000, a little over 1,000. Nothing too crazy or anything. As it looks like a 2 just rolled off the board here. Poker Monkey eating that one, so I'm going to go ahead and see if I can win some TCH Live loyalty points.
Hit it.
You probably know Bobby Beck too. You don't know Bobby. Not by name. He was the Volkswagen dealership, but he's
Z-Fish and splashing around with that wheel high flush draw again. Z-Fish taking it down.
54, baby. That's good enough for 1,000 points. Or do I just get my money back? I guess I just got my 1,000 back. That's all I did. Yeah, I forget what the algorithm is now. You gotta get over 70 or whatever the hell it is.
The old Streamlabs gambling.
I know just enough to be dangerous, but I like cars.
Oh, I love them. Go to car shows.
And they are good investments if you know what you're doing. Sure.
All right, $50 straddle is really starting to stick here. Bobby putting it on as Venom will open under the gun. He's got 10s again.
I'm going to try not to buy an electric car for as long as possible.
Yeah. Amen.
Z-Fish going to make the call here. Ace-Queen suited. That'll bring Bobby along with the King-9-0 as well. So 3 players to a flop. And ace right in the window for Z-Fish.
That's more like a flop with 10s.
Good bet from Bobby, actually leading into the pre-flop aggressor. Z-Fish just check calling, and will check call again, this time for 400, as Bobby is just going for it with absolutely nothing. King high, no gut shot or anything. And one more barrel here from Bobby as well.
We call that the butt naked 3-barrel right there. I love it.
Yeah, it sure is. Half pot. Z-Fish is like, yeah, I can only call. Like, ace queen is really strong, but like, you're repping a pretty strong hand.
And then showdown, they both giggle at each other, so that's pretty funny. What are you doing? No, what are you doing?
I
know, you know, you gotta.
I fell into the trap.
Yeah, exactly. I'm like, well,
once I got started down the road, I stuck with it.
That's true. Yeah, you had it still here.
I always love the chatter after a hand.
Yeah.
You know, two guys kind of have to try to explain to the other guy like what they were doing or what they thought they were doing. Love it.
Second.
Man, the hands under the gun have been pretty nice so far. Action up front again.
I'm still steaming.
Don't worry, you'll get it from JD.
JD. He doesn't shy away from action with the AK.
I'm gonna take it, Bobby.
I gotta be the only one to
I
do
heard you
it.
talking shit.
I'm kind of tilted right now.
I'm kind of tilted, he said.
Not enough beer yet.
I needed to win that bluff.
Listen to these guys butter each other up. JD talking a little smack when he 3-bets with the big slick. Very professional tabletop.
Yeah, is going to get the call from both of his opponents over here, Carlos and Doc, sticking around. So JD in position with the betting lead. But it's a queen in the window, and Doc is going to take the lead here. Top pair. Not the best flop anybody ever saw with ace-king, but he's still got 2 overs, plenty of opportunity to sell a story that he has
aces
the
again.
best hand.
Every time I'm in a hand, somebody's got aces.
Doc, though, a little chatter,
JD.
does make the call. Picks up a flush draw to go with the top pair 10 kicker. JD also picks up a gut shot with the 2 overs, and stacked pot ratio here is just a smidge over 1. See if he wants to lay the hammer down. I already heard Doc talking about somebody having aces every time he's in a pot, so JD could try to rep the aces. But it looks like he's going to go smallish. Leave himself plenty of chips to leverage on the river. 850 is the bet. Really sort of makes it look like he does have aces, and he's like, oh, I don't want you to fold. I want you to put another 850 in there. Leave yourself, you know, a little over 2,000, and it'll just be a half pot river jam that you can't possibly fold. Doc does make the call. Here we go to the river. It's another queen. And Doc find the easy check over to JD, who will probably have to check back, unfortunately, but this is the only way Doc could get paid.
Yeah, never fun when the old top pair pairs the board like that and you're stuck holding ace-king. He's still going to go for it.
And Doc makes the call. There it is. Big win for Doc, chipping up. 8,500 in the stack now after we get things counted down and accounted for.
Yeah, tricky little spot there for JD. But shows some heart. He went for it there as Doc Holliday had the appropriate stack to kind of go for it, but it does end up costing you about 2K there, whatever Doc had left.
Modelo time?
Modelo time. Not quite, not quite.
I think he wants that bottle of tequila you were talking about.
Right? One good shot, you know, just kind of get you.
So a nice little pot there for Doc, and JD will add on a few of those discs over there in the 9 seat.
Well, 84 cents.
Is it uncensored because he's kind of allergic to?
LV Coleman in the chat checking in, saying good evening all. Hope everyone is doing well. Appreciate you swinging by, LV. Thank you so much. Doing great.
Almost got on the fold.
Can you think about him a little bit? Give me some hope.
Well, JD found some chips in his pocket, and it says he added on 84.75. All right. So Doc there added on a few hands earlier just in time to get the full double up. Courtesy of JD there.
I'm talking about kings or ace king, one of the two.
Now we're off to hand number 28.
I'm getting screwed again. Draw like usual.
Then he doesn't even know. What are you calling that? This game. He'd already had. Let's get like a 4.
Nice hand, Bobby.
Yeah, I mean, the turn
So are we doing the net game or what?
I don't even play my poker.
JD, when
You
you
guys want to do net game? Tracy, I'm sorry. Did you want to play? You told me about the Ace King thing. Trish? Tracy? What is it? Trisha. I'm sorry.
You can call me Lil T.
Little T.
Little T. How about Big T?
Little
T.
You're
Too little,
good
too
of
late.
as good of a player. Oh, I got it.
I thought it was too little.
You made me drop the last, so I just went with Lil T now.
Little T.
Little T. I like it.
Because it's
Little
Trisha.
T.
There you go. Too little, too late in the one seat, saying we could call her Little T. I like it.
I might forget again, but I'm gonna try.
Ready to see her get her chip stack going, beat up on these boys. She will raise it up to 75 with King 4 suited. Venom's in the small blind with queens. He will bump it up.
To, any female name tonight.
Starting with a T.
So does JD on most Tuesdays.
Hey. What happens after stream stays after.
Okay, all right. Keep your pronouns in check.
Yes, Daddy.
Little T doesn't want to mess with it. Z-Fish lets his hand go, and the queens will take it down. Easy squeeze from the small blind.
My pronouns are she and it, and you can just call me shit.
So, you know, the net game is just, I mean, any hand you win.
I know, that's what I was
Okay.
saying. I don't even know why you guys
Doesn't
give it
make
that name.
sense,
It's
yeah.
like last to win a hand has to be at
Last
the
to
table.
win a hand game.
Who
Would you like to play the last to win the hand
I
game?
haven't won a hand yet.
That's why we're trying to play.
That's why you're trying to get me to play it.
Here we go, explaining the net game perfectly.
Put a few through, and
You played the 7 deuce game.
but you all know that I'm getting shit.
You can play the 7 deuce instead.
Well, Too Little, Too Late has reminded us, informed the table that we could call her Little T.
Yes.
So that's nice of her to cut us some slack
Nothing.
there.
All I can do is bluff. I get excited when I get something even remotely close to together.
I couldn't imagine, coming in from out of town to play on the
guess
screen
if my shit
and
would start
actually
hitting,
play
I'd even
poker
start
while
playing
you're
them.
excited, right?
Some gangster lyrics in there. My shit started hitting.
Because, when you're out there grinding in the 1, 2, 2, 5 streets, you do that so often throughout the week that you very seldom play it when you have emotions going, you know what I mean?
Yeah, it's just kind of, a whatever burger, sure.
Yeah.
Loved it.
Bobby here continuing with the up and downer.
That's the flop when
Now makes a pair. The pair of 4s for Venom are super tough.
And then a
Unless
spade,
that spade
then a
came
spade on the river. Did you have the ace of spades?
I did get to play a game on the stream table one time.
No spades.
It was kind of an employee game where they were working on something. Oh, I think they got new RFI cards or something. Whatever those letters are. I think they got the new cards, did some work on the table, and then they had a little employee game to work out some of the kinks.
It was good.
I had it.
And the only thing I practiced that night was rebuying, if I remember correctly.
Some nights be like that. Venom here gets an opportunity to bluff here with the 4s, and it does so.
Yeah.
Bobby there.
Just keep it like that.
Sad that he folded the best hand, but he got 4th pair.
That's why I won
You
it.
just chum in the waters. I get it.
Believe me.
I definitely wasn't trying to steal it. I was just like, you know what? He's a nice guy. He deserves this.
He just sent you up.
Just a little,
JD after 11 p.m. is awesome.
little lotion.
Chuck
on
there
the
trying
side
to
of the
gamble
river.
his 4 TCH Live loyalty points. Chuck, you'll just got to keep checking those here for a little while until you get up to 10, and then you'll be ready to roll.
Definitely wasn't trying to steal the pot. That's not my nature. Just want you to know.
I am
honest gambler usually.
Every time you're playing, I'll be here from now on. We're just disclosing that now.
3s, 5s, and a big ace.
That was rude.
No, that was a nice hand. Ace king.
Yeah,
You played it right. I played it right.
Thank you, Doc.
A little back and
Two
forth there between
professionals
Doc and
playing.
JD still about the ace, king, queen, 10 hands. Loved it. Venom with the best hand here. Gonna get called by JD.
Yeah.
Heads up to a turn we go.
Yeah, some of that conversation, I couldn't tell if Doc was being genuine or was it a meta game?
I think he was giving him the business.
There you go. Yeah, I think so too.
I may have to change my password.
All right, 10s and 5s for Venom will be the best hand if we get to showdown. JD here now, hard counterfeit. He's playing 10s and 4s with the 6 all on board. So he needs to bluff if he's going to win this hand. 785 in the middle. Takes a shot for just over half pot. And Venom is probably thinking like, I mean, I don't beat any of your value, but like,
all right, Bobby.
Yeah, 5 is probably good. Does make a call. Chips pot.
And the 4's there.
I think he said ace high.
Hold on, it's a chop. What
I think I have a rib out or something.
Why don't you rub on your rib there?
Z-fish over there. Blind to the 10 and 5.
Sorry about that, he says.
He went for bat. He went to bat for JD.
It's funny when you do that too. Like you're just like, wait a minute, and say something that's just not quite right because you weren't really paying attention, and then everyone else is like, oh yeah, is that how we play poker? And you look like an idiot. And you're like, okay, shut up, leave me alone.
I like to play deep, you know, so I gotta double everything up first. And then we got a game.
Then give me a pocket 3, and then I will.
He's not kidding.
Double them all up.
All right, Lil T here, ace queen. She's gonna limp from up front.
That's exactly
So
why we need to
far,
show hands on the
limp
board
train
to understand which one is the winning
is
hand.
what we're working with. It gets all the way over to JD in the big straddle. Ace 8 suited. Does he squeeze or does he check?
No, like 7%.
Squeeze it is.
See the check mark.
350.
350.
$350.
Can you play Nickelback?
5.
All right, so Trisha is going to limp and call the ace queen. And
Nickelback has been requested.
Also known as capital P.
Heads up we go here. Dominating position here before Trisha. Can she improve or simply hold on? But no, it's going to be a bad flop for her. Great one for JD. It's top. The ace 8 for JD.
300.
And you can try to get a little bit of value from 6s, 7s. Maybe ace 5 suited, something like that. There's maybe some Broadway combos of clubs that could be hanging around, but Trisha will have none of it.
Oh, easy.
JD.
Easy game.
Yeah.
Here, JD.
Yeah, Little T, no connection again. At least most of her hands have whiffed so much that she's just on to the next one.
He's not even warmed up yet.
Found herself on the wrong end of a couple of small ones, but nothing crazy so far.
He enjoys the bumper cars. Like getting hit by the bumper cars. We all play poker trying not to get hit by the other bumper cars.
I'm digging this hat Scott's rocking too. If that's baby blue corduroy, oh my gosh.
Yeah, I think that's right.
That's fire.
All right, Z-fish raises up, ace 5 suited. Bobby quickly calling. Next to act with the jack 10. John is in there. JD is in there. And we'll see a flop 4 ways.
No respect.
Let's go.
Royalty.
Yeah, interesting board here. John with the flush draw, Z-fish, Bobby with some straight draws and weakish pairs. JD has an easy fold with the 9s, but all 3 other players gonna see a turn together, and it's a club. So
Hello, Clubby.
easy flush here for John.
Good to see John is back. Got to be quiet there for about 22 hands. He's back now with a vengeance.
Yeah, especially when it checks through on the turn there. Go for some easy value. Nobody has anything here, so. I mean, I say that, but Bobby, he's going to actually call with the pair of jacks. He's like, I don't know, maybe you just don't have anything because, like, I blocked the straights and the flushes with the 10 of clubs here. So, an understandable, you know, sort of card to hold to be thinking of bluff catching, but, yeah, it's pretty far down there. And John is going to scoop the pot.
I don't blame you, Bobby. He looked like he was lying.
Sometimes that's the way it goes, too. You're like, I just don't believe you. It kind of sucks,
Right?
but I don't believe you.
I got no business putting these chips out there, but I don't believe you.
Those are some of the best calls, though, too. You know, like when you just like hero somebody off with ace high,
Yeah.
board's like pretty connected or whatever, and they just announce, you know, jack high or queen high or whatever, and you're like, yeah, got him, and they just, you know, sort of slack jaw look at you. Those are good ones.
Those are fantastic. Fantastic are these hands. Carlos has kings. Holy cow, look at this.
Yeah, we could be seeing a big one here. Oh my goodness, Trisha. She is just going to call, so this may let her find a way out. Oh God, I don't know. She's only got 2K behind. Oh, this is awful for Trisha.
All right, so there's some dead money out there for Carlos. He likes the limp blast with these big hands, and he's gonna do it again.
Doc isn't necessarily just like trapping with his hand, but it's good up until now, right? Like, it was certainly a hand that he wanted to see a flop with, and probably could have managed a continue against a sort of reasonable amount of aggression. But yeah, now the limp raise and back 3-bet to 1250. It's time to head for the hills. As will John quickly ace-king into the muff. No problem, he says.
Says, I'm not messing with Carlos.
Oh, Lil T has to go for it. She
Yeah,
ripped
Lil
her
T
money
did rip
in
it.
there. And I don't remember seeing any jacks get killed, right? So she may be drawing live to 2 jacks, but she is way, way behind right now.
No.
Oh, okay, thank God.
Thank you.
I had the same hand. I just.
All right, Little T gonna need a jack or some red cards or a straight of some kind.
Please don't come spades.
Nope.
7 wins.
No help on the first board.
Queens wins. No, never mind.
More hearts for some battery doors, and
Bingo,
there's a jack. All right, Trisha survives. Actually
show,
picks up
guys.
a little
Good
bit
show.
of profit even, given the dead money that ended up in the middle there.
You folded.
No problem. Need a jack, finds it.
Yeah, there were no more aces weren't coming.
Ace king. Took one of my outs.
Yeah, John folded ace king with like no thought. It wasn't like a what's going on here. It was just
Right?
like, bro, get this away from me. I'm done.
Yeah, I think if I was going to insta-fold that that quick to Carlos, I don't think I would have told him.
You just dumped it all in with ace king about 23 hands ago.
Yeah, right.
I used to play good enough that I could always just lie about what I had and say it. I used to always say pocket eights. So no matter how crazy or whatever I did, pocket eights, man, pocket eights.
9 4s and 8 3s.
And then after they would ask you 3 or 4 times and your answer was pocket eights every time, they'd stop asking you. They'd get the memo at that point.
John has ace king again. What is happening here?
JD's already folded.
Trisha needling Z-Fish a little. She's like, JD already folded.
Had a girl get him.
The Z-Fish squeeze, though, from the big blind with the suited connector. And wow, Trisha, she is here for it now. She's like, bro, get out of here. I got a queen, I got a 4. They're the same suit.
She said, I've seen this story, and she's going to flop top of 2. Top and bottom, anyway. 2 pairsies.
Lil T. Lil T. Z-Fish has a gutty as well, so this is a disconnected board. Yes, the queen is kind of bad in these orientations because someone just always has like queen jack suited or king queen or something, but he is going to continue. 850, 2 quick folds, and now back over to Trisha.
What's her stack looking like? Looking like enough that she can rip it.
Yeah, so it's 2,100, and Z-Fish has already wagered so much that like gut shots are always just awful, but he might have just priced himself into it.
You call it, brings me back to even.
Yeah, right now Z-Fish is just
And heads
doing
only
enough.
with what's in the pot.
Doing enough math here. Of course, he knows that he's behind, but
yeah, looking at 13, 15, about 4,800 out there. What do you think, Chad? Is that enough to go for a gutter ball?
yeah, I mean, if he calls, pot goes up to 6,100, so he's getting like not quite 5 to 1 here, but you know. Needs somewhere around 20% equity, and he just doesn't quite have it, so he is going to let it go. But it was close enough to do the math. And, yeah.
Nice hand, nice hand.
Ooh, very nice.
I was just about to
I have to call now.
I actually had a feeling she had a queen.
Nice, let's go, Trisha.
There we go. Little T breaks the maiden. I think she got the chop one earlier, so now she's going to get a nice pot on her own.
That's right. And she's back up almost to where she started. I mean, she's down 200 at this point. So
just like that, no problem, boys.
Yeah, that is a big resuscitation there. Feels good.
He does. You do. I do. He do.
I think you call that the little T hand.
Yeah, queen 4. Not even mistaken with jack 4.
No blockers required. Just the queen and the 4, baby.
That's it. I'm 3-betting with it next time I get it.
All right, Carlos back to his limping ways. Queen suited Doc here with a 69. No limp as well.
I love it when Carlos limps at an early position.
If I would have called, though, it would have been a one-time. I would have not.
And then everyone limps behind, freaking out.
Yeah. Bobby does go for the squeeze play, relatively small squeeze, gets quickly called by the ace-queen and the 9-6. Top pair, second pair, Bobby here with squadouche, but he is going to continue for half pot.
Well, I know because he said if it was either one of them, he would only run it once. And I was like, oh.
Bobby bets, Carlos calls, Doc calls.
Wah, wah.
Bobby's like, oh, well, okay, so you guys have something, and I don't, so I'm done.
I guess I'll hit the brakes.
Carlos here with an effective monster. Yes, 4-5 suited, just Scott there. There are some heart combos like ace-5 of hearts that have a bit of a combo draw, but yeah, he is going to hammer this. Well,
yeah, he's reaching for some chili this time, makes it 1,200. Should be sufficient. Takes her down.
All right, another reminder here, the Trailblazer Tour kicks off tomorrow, the inaugural series stop here at TCH Social in Austin, and event number 1, the 100K guaranteed $360 buy-in, kicks off 2 p.m. Late reg for 4.5 hours thereabouts. Structures and everything can be found on the website, texascardhouse.com, and on Poker Atlas. Look forward to seeing y'all in that one, as well as the starting flights for the 500K guarantee event number 2, kicking off on Thursday with starting flights Friday, Saturday, and even a turbo Sunday morning. Day 2 going to be there on Sunday afternoon, and the live stream final table on Monday the 21st.
We can't both go. All right.
We got here. They mentioned Jack 4 earlier, and now we see one. Pretty good flop for Doc. I want a Trailblazer.
Yeah. Dude, right?
Pretty good turn for Doc.
Almost 5 months.
And
Carlos.
Carlos hanging around with his Jack 4.
Love it.
Uh-oh.
She probably wouldn't come in.
That's kind of a bad river card if you're Carlos sitting around with just Jack high. You've got to imagine that he goes for it. He does. Bombs it for 750. This is the 1.5x pot.
He's pretty chill in the morning.
And Doc is like, I don't even care that I only have a 9 high flush and you have overbet the pot. Like, bro, I've got the goods. Make it 2,500. And Carlos is like, wow, did I pick the wrong time to try this?
2,500. Let's take this to Smash Town with my 9 high flush. Love it. Carlos pondering life decisions here.
Yeah, this is full on hand in the cookie jar. You don't want them to know.
Let go of the cookie.
I call.
Ooh, he does not have Jack 4. He has Jack something,
9?
and so that makes a lot more sense.
You hit the straight.
Gotta have Jack 9, yeah?
As soon as
Jack
you bet
9
him,
makes
like,
all
he-
the sense,
he hit
yeah.
the king and hit the straight.
Yeah, so here we are sort of wondering what on earth he's up to with the Jack 4, but this is probably just a turn straight draw, rivered straight, and have to pay it off as, yeah, it's like, okay, I lose his flushes, but you probably only have your best flushes when you raise me there, when I overbet. But no, Doc capable of doing it all the way down to the 9 high flush and gets paid, so really well played there by Doc, picking up a big pot.
Yeah, nice hand for Doc. Sorry, we were picking on the Jack 4 there, but yeah, there's no way that was Jack 4.
Charles never believe this.
Or shake your
I thought you were
dragon
bluffing
anal
me the
beads or
hand
something.
before, so I was like, maybe he's bluffing me again. You bet, thank you.
Once again, a little metagame conversation after the hand. Gotta love it.
Right here, it's his turn to wield the ace
No?
suited.
No, you had the right hand.
JD is going to 3-bet the 9s this time. I think it's the 3rd time he's had 9s, and he's just called them the previous 2 times.
Hit the straight.
Z-Fish is like, oh, is JD in the hand? Cool, I am too.
Yeah.
Good is still
I have suited Canuters. If JD's in there, I'm going.
And Scott is like, no,
the way that played.
I've got a monster. Let's make it 15 hundies.
You didn't raise.
And he'll take that one down. No.
There you go, Scott. He says, boys, I'm not in here very often, so I'm going to take this one from you. Thank you.
Yeah, that's cool.
I blame you, Z-Fish.
That wouldn't have been as big.
Me, he was gonna play with you. He's like, fuck that.
So yeah, also another reminder here that not this week, but next, we've got the All In Together Poker and Politics meetup game and live stream. That's going to be kicking off on Wednesday, the 23rd, so a week from tomorrow. 2 p.m. to 11 p.m. Got all kinds of incredible deals, time matches, $1 beers, high hands where players will get an entry into the $800 main event with $1 million guaranteed in the prize pool. You can come on down and hang out with all of these fantastic poker personalities, as well as local state attorney, Texas, Attorney General, words are hard, Ken Paxton going to be playing on the live stream as well. So really fantastic day of poker and pints and all kinds of good stuff there on Wednesday the 23rd. So mark your calendars for that.
There you go, 23rd, the real AG in the house. Should be a good time. Scott on his best behavior. Let's go middle pair there.
Yeah, Doc getting one through.
King, queen? No. Seven dudes? Seven?
You always got to start asking them, what did you have? Did you bluff me?
Yeah.
Did you have something?
Yeah, it's always fun to listen to his conversations after the hand. When Doc wins a hand, you want to hear. Bobby as well. Doc and Bobby will bring the entertainment after a winner.
Dang it, we should be playing seven dudes. Like 5 times.
Could be expensive though.
Yeah, it can be. But
there's 7 dudes that's going to go by the wayside. Don't have the 7 dudes game on here tonight. And there was some chatter about doing a Nick game, but nobody has accepted the challenge. Trisha there was sort of a little salty about the way she was running. Perhaps now that she's got her chips back up to right around where she started, she'll be more open to the idea. But for right now, no Nick game.
Yeah, he's like 40% dead, 25% German Shepherd, and the other 30% literally super.
Yeah, and I love the way they've gone to Nit Loser just splashes the pot. That's definitely been entertaining and fun for the stream. A little $400 splash pot, always good for action.
Yeah, it's certainly more exciting, and it gives the loser of the Nick game an opportunity to get their money back. So yeah, I think it is the superior white meat as far as Nick game is considered.
How do people choose to be parents? You know?
Ace queen on the button.
Yeah, parent for life. Don't make him count. He's trying to do math.
There's always a birthday coming.
Carlos gonna limp and call. King 3 suited here against the button raise from Doc. Heads up, we go to a flop. A little bit of a rivalry.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. A little fun little rivalry spawning here.
And just bottom pair for Carlos, but that is the best hand, and he is going to call. So about 1,200 in the middle here, going to a turn. No ace, no queen, starting to look like a good deuce to 7 hand here. Checky, checky. And another 3, Carlos here, who already had the best of it, improves to trips.
1,100 out there. Carlos not shopping at Value Town today. He goes with the pot size bet again.
And Doc doesn't have a diamond, so the sort of conceivable hands to him that are going to limp and call his button raise free are maybe some sort of diamond combos.
Not for the board, but just a good old pair. A pair that's the winner. Nice hand, nice hand. Do you have a pair?
You want to pick a card?
Yeah, that one.
There we go. Let's see if he picks the right one.
No!
Oh!
He picked the right one. If he just saw a King of Hearts, I don't know, man. He might have felt like he got bamboozled.
Yeah, we needed some king violence there for sure.
Thank you,
Oh, yeah, the rivalry simmered down just a little there because now Doc is like, oh, shit, okay, you had it, right? I mean, that always sort of slows down the rivalry. But if he sees the King of Hearts, oh, it's in full swing. Oh, well, we'll get another opportunity.
Yep. They'll spur it up again later.
Work out.
Would have been our shot.
You should have shown block 3s.
I got into a bad accident. I got hit by a
you got your
drunk
lottery
driver like 12 years ago.
I don't know what their lottery,
Broke
but
24 bones. What's that?
something about a
I
lottery
haven't broken a
ticket.
single bone in my life.
All in together. Good looking promo across the bottom of our screen. I like that too.
That's right. As far as profit and loss is concerned, JD is our most stuck player. Bobby not too far behind, down 3K. Carlos down a couple thousand. Seafish down 1K. Everybody else is up. Doc being up the most. Of course, we do have to remember that it's showing Trisha as having bought it for 500 instead of 5K, so her numbers are skewed. She is down a couple $100, but certainly not doing too bad, all things considered.
I wonder if I can send a memo to my friends in production.
Back to back.
Right there. So tight. I don't even know why.
Yeah. The last one, he left twice. Was the last week?
Yeah.
Come back and skip it.
But did you want to see you win?
Yeah. You guys want to play Jack 4?
Either you or JD.
We gotta play something. We can't.
All right, here we go. Dealer change. We're doing a PLO splash pot, or
Trish, what do you want to play?
I should call it instead.
Won a hand, so.
Increase. You did win a hand. See, we can play the knit now.
Oh, what am I doing?
I need 2 cards.
You win a second one.
Suited? I mean, ace of spades.
All right. Jessica's gonna.
I know I have a 10, so.
Let's go, Jessica.
Let's get a royal. Royal flush.
Only?
A royal.
Jack 9, 10.
That's all?
Like 2, yeah.
That's not me.
I got a 7.
I got a flush shot.
Heart. That's not a heart. One more jack.
So Carlos
one
is
more
holding
jack.
on to
One
a
more jack.
7.
We're one heart short.
Give him
Dang it.
trips.
Oh, 3
He can
spoon.
kick in. We'll see if
Three's full
anybody
is
can
good.
manage
One
a
more
better
heart
hand.
would've been-
As John there going to river
Jack.
3s full of
Hand.
7s, and that is
This
going
is
to
a
be the
good,
winner.
good bump on hand right here.
My cards are all kind of. That's pretty.
Deserved.
That is a nice hand.
I mean, I swap the nuts, the redraws are the nuts and bluff.
Nice, John.
Well, Futures, Trisha got into this game by contacting Mallory and letting her know that she wanted to play. And that's just all you have to do to get into this game as well. For information on screen right there. Let her know
you
when
have to win
you'd
a
like
hand,
to play
and then show your card.
and where you're from. And get your lineup. We'd love to see you in there.
You
mixing
have
it
to
up
show your cards. If you don't,
just like Trisha.
The lovely Mal Pal.
And give your button.
yeah.
Well, the button thing.
Yeah, what
You can't
Cherokee
remind someone else
are you
what I'm
mentioning
doing-
there,
doing
Futures?
there. If you remind someone else, you get the button back.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you can say, hey, hey.
Yeah.
And it doesn't
Nick,
matter.
game
if you
on,
win a
let's
free
go.
post
When I think of Cherokee, I think of the one in North Carolina and our friends out there, but
You get rid of it.
I know there's a
Otherwise,
couple
it's-
others
how
as
much?
well.
100 still?
100?
Yeah, that is such a beautiful casino too. The
100.
surroundings,
Yeah, right.
I mean, it's a bit off the beaten path. I mean, you're certainly not flying into Cherokee, but man, it's gorgeous around there.
We're on this end?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've actually flown to Atlanta when they have the circuit event at Cherokee. And so I'm on the plane with a bunch of people that are like, man, we're flying to Atlanta and then we got to drive for 5 hours.
Yeah.
Okay, the Cherokee in northeast Oklahoma, of course. I forget about that one half the time, and I'm an Oklahoma myself.
Daniel Dunn with a non-poker related question here. It says, all right, boys, I've recently purchased a record player. What records should I get? Well, I'm going to say Sublime, 40 ounces of freedom.
That would be a perfect first record. Of course, you can go old school. It's always fun to listen to some of the music of like the 60s when you have a record player.
Oh, yeah, a lot of good stuff from 60s and 70s, of course, 80s as well. But, yeah, I mean, the world is your oyster now.
Absolutely.
Top pair here for JD makes the call against the bet and call in front. Doc Hollywood there with the gut shot does not pick up any additional equity. Scott with just the middle pair. When checked to, probably happy to just see a free river card, and that is the direction we're headed. So there it is, the king of clubs. No improvement for anyone. JD will finish with the best of it if we get to showdown. We'll see if he goes for a block size here, maybe 150 or something. No, he's just going to check, just give somebody else an opportunity to take a stab if they want to. The king is also kind of a dangerous card, right? Like somebody could just have a random king. So no sense betting there.
That's how it's done.
That's how it's done, he says. Listen to him. He pimp throws that knit button, it's gone. Out of here for the first hand of the knit game.
Yeah, JD was sort of stuck in limbo last week where he was doing a lot of battling for the knit game, you know, sort of heads up, which was
That's right, he was, yeah. He was part of the last two men standing quite a bit. Made for an interesting game.
I get heads up in the game, and like, maybe.
Yeah, I went down the rabbit hole of some Elvis music just this afternoon, so I enjoyed that. And I would imagine that would be a fun time to have a record player.
Indeed. All right, Futures. Well, whenever you're ready, man, we'll be happy to have you in. You can also reach out to our other locations if you're looking for smaller stakes. Here in Austin, we've got, you know, sort of 2.5 and 5.10 level stakes, and I think even down in Spring, maybe a little bit more of the 1.3/2.5 sort of stakes as well out in RGV. So yeah, you can find all of the links to sign up for those live streams there in the chat. Streamlabs posting those periodically. So yeah, take a peek, see some of the other streams that we've got here on TCH Live, and maybe find one that fits your budget a little bit better.
Bobby, I wanted you to know that I tried on one of those 3-coin hats too.
The lovely Jessica, our next dealer tonight. She's rocking the box here for our middle hour and a half or so.
Yeah, I've got one like that too. This one I got 3 notches left.
Ah, there you go.
That other one I had to like put it on the last one.
Z-Fish picking up the double gutter.
Nobody with a heart either, so this is going to be tricky for anybody to really stick around. And yeah, Z-Fish able to just go ahead and power this one through. Shows down the Jack-9, no heart, and gets rid of the nip button.
Shows that double gutter, and nip button gone.
It's big on my eye, so you know. But I appreciate it.
Yeah, that's wild to me that I don't think of Cherokee Tulsa when I hear about Cherokee Casino, because of course I've played in Cherokee Tulsa several times, and I just dropped the ball. That's all there is to it.
Yeah, well, I mean, if you know where Trish is from and everything, you can kind of connect the dots. But certainly, I'm with you. I think when somebody just says, you know, I'm going to play at Cherokee, I think of North Carolina as well.
Right.
I mean, it's such an iconic location. And I don't know that I don't think I've played at Cherokee and Tulsa, so it wouldn't occur to me even for that one to pop up.
Yeah, some of the events, they still have pretty good events, but man, some of the events they used to run were outstanding.
Everybody has a 10 here. 3 players looking at a board that does not include a 10.
No clubbies in the holdings. Cards have kind of been on their best behavior so far today.
Yeah, nobody getting super coolered or anything so far. 2 players picking up straight draws on the turn, but it's the king high going to show down as best. Scott is like, is this good? It's good.
Got to take it.
King high is
Bobby, you gotta try, man.
I gotta try harder than that. No, I gotta try harder than that.
You would have gotten it too.
Yeah, there definitely is a little bit of an incentive to get out of line, even when you just have absolute air balls like that. If everyone's checking, that means they don't really have anything, especially if they have nip buttons, right? Like, or maybe they have some really weak showdown, and you could just sort of push them out of it. But
I turned open-ended. How do you not bet that?
Future says Cherokee's not in Tulsa; it's in Siloam Springs.
Yeah, Siloam Springs.
Siloam. Okay.
Well, that explains things a little better for me. I've not played at Siloam Springs. What am I thinking of on the east side of Tulsa over there by Catoosa? That's where I've played. Whatever one is over there.
Switch it up. You were going for the check raise.
I'm telling you, the concussions are kicking in tonight. I don't know where I've been.
Concussions, huh? What you been getting concussions from?
Well, you know,
sports as a kid?
Yeah, just growing up. Yeah, I probably had 3 or 4 in college, and growing up, who knows how many times I ran myself into something. I'm the reason they come up with these weird rules in sports.
Good man. JD here, 2 overs and a gutty to the nizzles, but it's Doc with the best of it, pair of 9s. Bobby in there with bottom pair of 3s, sticking around as well. But it's Doc at bet 300. JD raises it up. 900 to go. Bobby is no longer with us, and that'll do it for the pair of 9s as well. JD takes it down. King high.
Take it down, JD. Gotta have it. Yeah, Hard Rock on the east side. I believe Hard Rock is a Cherokee casino. I wouldn't swear to that, but
For you, not for Bob.
heck if I know.
You would have made it 500, I would have kept on going.
Nowadays, you don't even have to go there, so you could just play a Texas Card House at our locations down here in Texas, and you're good to go anyway.
He's privileged.
Next time I'll
That's
listen
the
to
truth.
Yeah.
Feel it out.
I should have.
Maybe I didn't want you to keep going. Maybe
I think
it folds exactly what I wanted.
I think that was the whole point.
Yeah, shout out to Jessica in the box. That's in the chat. I think I said that a while ago, right?
You sure did. Big open here from Doc, even on the $50 straddle, makes it 375. And no takers. All the way over to Carlos, and he's got 10-5. So.
Doc Holliday trying to throw that knit button in a little prematurely.
Carlos is never defending the 10-5 here, so he'll let it go. And indeed, Doc will get rid of his knit button. All he has to do is show an ace and a jack.
Yeah, those two are having a ball. They're ready to compete and get after it, I can tell.
Yeah, it's fun when the little rivalries and the little, back and forth develop.
Yeah, well, after that, like a donkey, it was $1,000. It's all right. Always unpredictable.
Frog plays in the chat.
Nice. Thank you. Who's playing tonight in baseball?
Is that our man Froggy that plays in the tournaments around Dallas?
How are they? Are they going to win a game against Yankees at all? No.
Suited Canooters.
What do you think about Devontae Adams going back to Aaron Rodgers?
Right?
Jets.
Yeah, it's kind of weird. I saw that both trades today, Devontae Adams to the Jets and the Bills picking up Amari Cooper. And just extra firepower for those teams that I don't know that it was all that necessary, but Devontae could definitely be interesting there. It gives them a powerful 2 with Mr. Garrett on the outside as well.
Absolutely.
So, yeah, if Rogers can't be happy with that, I don't know what we could do.
Yeah, I think that is exactly what Rogers and the Jets needed, especially parting ways with Robert Saleh and play calling duties and everything shifting around. Seems like if they want to do things right there, they need to make Aaron happy, and they need to. I mean, they also need to protect him better. The man is getting sacked way too often, but he's hoping, of course, that Devontae will get open within the first couple of seconds off of the line, and he can throw him the ball. So, see if that materializes.
Yeah, I agree, and it'll be fun to see they and the Bills kind of battle it out for the East. Hopefully, next matchup they can both be full power with their new toys.
It will be a good.
Yeah, we'll see how Amari Cooper does in that offense too, because the Bills. I mean, obviously Josh Allen is just an incredible superstar, but yeah, they just really haven't had like a standout wide receiver to step up in place of Diggs leaving that big vacancy, and so. If Cooper can sort of like bring back the ghost of Amari Cooper, like, is that a thing? I don't know. He certainly hadn't been doing anything in Cleveland, but the one-off game here and there where he actually showed up and had a big game. But
I know we miss him.
Really put that on him.
We miss him here in Dallas, but man, he kind of treated the Raiders terribly and almost quit on himself and his team. I was surprised anybody gave him a chance as badly as he quit for like 8 weeks out there. Wasn't even running routes. And then all of a sudden here he turned into a star. So good for him. He's still doing well and making lots of money, so that's awesome.
Yeah. All right, big hand developing here. Doc is actually getting in the middle of this Queens versus Ace-King battle as well. Makes the call from the big blind with the suited connector.
And we've seen John play. We've seen John play as Ace-King different ways in this spot.
Well, he snap folded it earlier. Certainly hasn't gone that route this time. You can imagine that he is definitely concerned about, well, not only does Carlos have a monster, but does Doc have something that sort of interacts with his holdings, such that his outs may be thin. But I think for 700 here, you gotta at least just take off a flop. He's gonna be in position against Carlos and Doc. And Z-Fish and Benham have only showed themselves as being interested for $75. But John, he settles on, okay, I can't mess around here. I'm gonna have to stuff all the chips and just probably flip against Carlos if I'm lucky, and maybe just get super coolered if he's got aces or kings. But does stuff it. Carlos quickly calls, and now Doc, does he want to just like YOLO it in there for 6K?
I want him to see it. I'm folding.
He does not.
He does want to show his neighbors just in case he runs out the nuts or anything with those suited connectors.
Well, John
for the button, boys.
is doing pretty good here, as pretty much all of those holdings did not involve aces or kings, but that is a terrible flop.
Little rough.
They're going to run it twice, though, so plenty of opportunities to pick something up here on the back end.
So now I lose it.
And that is not going to do it. Carlos gets to keep his money and maybe get some more.
Yeah. I would have gone huge trouble if we would have played that.
Oh, there's one of the big ones. King of hearts on the flop. Now Carlos needs a queen. No.
Chop it up.
Chop.
Yeah.
$700. Run it once, Carlos. Ships the whole thing. Run it twice. Money plus half of what's in the middle.
Yeah, of our two big pots pre-flop, they ran both of them twice, and both of them were chops.
6-7?
Kicker problems with a question here in the chat. Are people still Cowboys fans after Sunday? It is kind of tough to stomach that offense, putting up 9 points against one of the league's most
Vulnerable defenses.
Vulnerable. Well, secondaries. In
Yeah,
particular,
secondary.
right? It's like you gotta put Dak up against that defense and suspect that they're gonna score at least a touchdown or two, and they couldn't do it. That's not great.
Yeah, I don't know that many Cowboys fans were actually on the hype train, but if they were, it is a full-fledged Dr. Pepper commercial at this point where they have slammed on the brakes and everybody off the hype train.
Yeah, I don't think you can ever get all the Cowboys fans off of the hype train, but
that's probably true.
It's pretty gross. That was bad. I mean,
that is
certainly
ugly.
The ghost of the Dallas defense is long departed. And they are getting smoked left and right. And it's up to Dak and the offense to keep up, and they're just not doing that either.
Yeah,
So,
once the Saints let the world know you can just run right at the Cowboys and the game's over, it's been bad news ever since.
Yeah, that's the truth. All right, infinite hands have seen a flop. It's Jack, it's 9, it's 7, it's two-tone. Bobby, Benham, both absolutely murdering this flop, but Bobby in a bad way. Scott even has top pair and a gut shot. Doc Hollywood has a pair and a gut shot.
Let's go.
It's just Carlos. I mean, JD's got a gut shot.
This one's getting messy.
Straight.
All right, we saw this flop with 650 bucks in the pot. Actually, 450, right? So we'll see how big this pot can get.
Yeah, JD is like, wow, if I could see a black queen on the turn, that'd be pretty awesome. Maybe even a black 8 would be okay. But now it's back over to Bobby, who has top and bottom pair and a big incentive to blast this up, and he does. Makes it 1,100. And Benham, who's got top 2 pair. But on this board, right, you got to be like, okay, woo, did somebody just flop the joint? Could I be up against a set of 7s?
Let's see, the only heart, there's 6 of hearts, it's gone. Scott has the jack of hearts.
Betting a call of 1,100 in front of him, and Doc is lining up chips as though he's interested in calling this, but wow, he does. And unfortunately for him, he doesn't have the 8 of hearts, so even if the 10 comes, one of those is the 10 of hearts, and that could be a bad card for him. Of course, we can see that that's not actually a concern, but a pretty expensive continue here with just a gut shot and effective 3rd pair. Back over to JD here, double gutted. He's like, nah. See, because he's worried about the queen and the 10, or excuse me, and the 8 outs that are hearts, right? It's like, even if I hit those, I'm probably not good.
King of clubs. Nobody's particularly going to love that card.
Yeah, Queen 10 just got there in a big way, but Bobby, not deterred, gonna shove it in there with his 2 pair. Now this is actually really tricky here for Benham.
Right?
Because Doc called behind. He's got this guy checking first to act, but he's gonna make the call.
Benham,
Hey, it's no longer tricky for Benham. He just flips one chip out there and takes all the thinking out of it.
Yeah, I mean, if Doc had 10-8 here instead of 8-8, you know, it would be obviously already a spot where he could have re-raised on the flop with the joint, but a much different situation than seeing an all-in and a call in front.
All-in and a call. Let's do 2 rivers. 2 rivers.
Oh, chop that one.
Oh, gross.
Okay.
So Benham only gonna get 3/4
neither of us would
instead
get rid of
of
this, right?
the double, or the
Who would have been
elimination
happy
rather,
with the
the
chubby
stacking.
button?
Just chop it with a button, you're fine, right?
Yeah.
Bobby gets to keep 1,110 bucks
You win money here.
and gets 1/4 of what's in the middle. So you call that a win.
Indeed. You run top and bottom into top 2 and get anything back. That's definitely a juicy little coupon.
Nobody had hearts.
I needed 10. I needed the 10. If that 6 would have came on the turn, I would have been even more. Yeah, I needed your 10, you needed my 8.
I had king 10, man.
No, there's all. That's all the 10s.
Yeah, that's pretty.
Jessica, one of Texas Card House finest in the box, rocking this quartered pot.
Right. If you
Always a dealer's favorite.
you're not gonna fold. So
Like, we got a queen 10 hearts. Yeah, so many landmines.
That's pretty sure I'm deep there.
Yeah. No, we call it 200, yeah.
When the wheels came off. With that wet board, it's going to keep going by.
Yeah. This is why I should have folded.
I almost raised you.
Okay, because even if you're getting rid of the headline, you win
Created a bigger
That was a good fold. I should have folded.
No, because the players were
Folded on the flop.
rock up.
Nothing you can do. If the hands played it.
Yeah.
For the stack side.
I mean, if that 6 would have came on the turn, it would have been a different story. Just trouble hands. Trouble playing.
There is a look at our V-Pips. Carlos, Doc Hollywood, Z-Fish leading the way.
Okay. Maybe just the neck a little bit.
Yeah, we're used to seeing Doc, Z-Fish, and Bobby up at the top of that. Carlos getting in there tonight. Good look at our player stacks.
Who raised?
Who raised, he says.
I think he's got a crush on you.
I'm out of it though. At least I'm not getting squeezed out of this one.
You know exactly where the position.
7-7-4, generally a pretty good flop for nines. Z-Fish with the gutter ball. That little old gutter ball holding 21% equity. JD definitely with the best of it. JD check raise with those pocket nines. Z-Fish makes the call. King of hearts on the turn. Gotta love it. My favorite Z-Fish JD special. JD checks and Z-Fish will bet 650. Just about 3/4 pot there. JD calls. 5 of hearts. Bingo, bango for Z-Fish. He holds all the equity now. Bluffs that gutter ball on the turn and bangs it home on the river.
Yeah, it always feels good to drill your gutties, especially in a big pot against an aggressive opponent.
Against your good old rival, JD. JD checked the turn. Z-Fish bet pretty heavy on the turn and binks this gutter ball right here on the river.
This one's going to sting, because I don't think you can fold the nines. Doesn't have a heart. Obviously, 9 of hearts here, I think, slam dunk call, but
JD is asking the hat. Trying to get the answer from Doc Hollywood's hat. These two are great. Z-Fish is the only one that gets JD to do the eyebrow squirm as often as he does.
I thought I saw 5-6.
Mug that shit.
3-6? Yeah, I saw 5-6.
Nice hand, Z-Fish.
That's a nice.
I had a 7.
Yeah, that's the classic rivalry hand right there, you know, where you
Indeed.
just like, wow, damn, you're betting really big. You really have it? Really? Okay, let's show me the flush. Show me the 7. Oh, show me the 6-3 of
Show
diamonds.
me the
Oh.
gutty. Woo!
Oh, man. That's not the hand JD expected to lose to if he was going to lose that hand. That's for damn sure.
Yeah, that's always a fun spot when you're in JD's shoes and you're like, oh, 6-3. Yeah, how can I beat that? You got it.
If they can,
dude.
Hey, we made it to 200 viewers. Hopefully we got 200 likes out there, too. That'd be cool.
It's about time for me to
I think it's like
try my gambling again, so I'll make sure.
There we go. We got to keep
my part.
Streamlabs happy.
I think it's like on that. I think you just buy normal.
Let's go ahead and let's take a peek here. We've got 43 likes on the counter.
There we
Help us
go.
out. Hit that like button. Get
Hit
this, program out to more fine folks on the internet as I try my chances at another 1,000 TCH Live loyalty points. Bid a 9 just took the 29 off the board, so maybe there's a good one still in there. Nope, I got 28. Womp womp.
All right, we're going to see this flop 4 ways. Bobby raised it up with jacks. Queen 9-5 rainbow. Top twosies for Little T.
Yeah, pretty good spot there. JD has the gutty. Bobby with the 2 jacks, not going anywhere just yet, but Carlos has hit the highway. JD has a pretty easy float spot here. It's just 1/3 and a call, so he's getting a very good price. He is out of position, so if he does drill the 10 here on the turn, it's going to be a little tricky to get paid, but certainly can go for some check raises in some spots.
And
what do you know?
Bingo.
He's like, so Z-Fish, you can hit some gutties on the river. How about I'll just do it on the turn?
That's right. Let me
And
close
Lil T
Let
in
me
a
get a
real
good
tough
price
spot.
to close the action. Oh, look at this.
750, quick call from Bobby, and now JD is like, I have the nuts. That is a rainbow full Badoogie board, so I am not losing.
They're putting enough chili in there that he had to look back at his cards.
Yeah.
Do I have the goods? Because they're all still hanging around.
Here comes the smallish raise. Yeah, it's like you have the super goods.
Bumped it up.
I mean, normally you're just all in because these guys have like 3K behind and the pot's already at 3K, but yeah, it's understandable here. You're just like, I mean, if they ever have any reason at all to continue, don't scare them away.
Yeah,
Lil
basically,
T, who started with top 2, is like, yeah, my hand's too good, I'm all in. Almost
she
dead.
has ripped it. She's got plenty of change over there too, still 3,900. This pot ballooning up to 10K.
Oh, Lil T! Lil T! Can she do it again? Oh my God, run it one time and she just drives a dagger through JD's heart, but they run it twice and chop it up.
Yeah, I miss the old days when that card would have stung like a son of a gun. Woo!
Oh my God. And Lil T gets rid of her knit button for the first board.
I put her.
Wow, that's clean living right there. She has gone from 2 devastating spots to keeping her money and then also even nearly like doubling up in that one hand.
Right?
To come back from the brink. So she's really hanging in there tonight.
I was being really optimistic.
2, 4, 4, 45, 5. She's got about 5K there. Oh, she's got.
Bobby didn't have
Are those? I can't tell. Are those singles or 1K chips?
We didn't have.
Singles in hand, yeah. She chipped up to like 5,300, so she's up like 300 on the
I mean, in third place.
Okay, that's where I thought.
I was in third place on the turn.
And I think our graphics is more accurate there for us as well.
First place on the pre-flop, second place on the flop, and third place on the turn. It's not the direction you want to go.
Yeah, you're going the wrong.
I'm going the wrong.
I call.
Doc here gonna try to wheel T.
There we go. He was talking about the old hammer earlier.
Yeah, have a little faith. Have a little faith.
I've heard that before.
C-Fish, she's got 6-3 again. It's not suited, but maybe it doesn't matter.
I was like, man, I'm not feeling the poker game.
Oh, yeah.
It's been one thing that's been
10 in the window for Carlos, and the cards behind it do no
stupid crap.
real help for the other players. And Tricia does pick up bottom pair of fours, I suppose.
Before I came, I had to work on the toilet.
And as often happens, 7 deuce and 6-3 with the flop.
I don't know why I ain't tried to tackle it right.
Yeah, right.
Won't stop Doc Hollywood though.
One of those days, nothing was going around.
Yeah, it checks to him. He's got backdoor straight, backdoor flush. He bets. Lil T makes the call. Carlos makes the call. So Lil T was in a spot where her bottom pair could have just.
Hello, Hart.
Things happen maybe, but yeah, Doc here picking up the equity.
Trying. I gotta start whining. Is that?
Oh, he checks it back though. Free river.
Oh.
I mean, nothing ever goes right for me.
King of clubs. That's going to be 2 pair for Carlos. See if he goes for anything here.
Yeah, that happens to me all the time.
Missing one card, Jessica.
Doc Holliday having a good time there with that 7 deuce that whiffed out here.
All the players in hand agree.
I was going to say, I bet he shows it to somebody.
Yeah, he's got to let his neighbors see, right?
What we going to do?
So if all the players in hand agree to
Lil T is not even thinking about it. She lets go. Carlos takes it down, chips up to 8,500.
Like a 4 or 3. Whatever.
Is her game with her 6
Super,
cards on the front?
super ugly.
Not a real game.
They're called home games.
They're
They're called home games, and it's called
They got
emotion.
heads up. They each got 1 extra card. And
Let's check out those player stacks.
flop was like ace something something.
So yeah, it's showing Lil T down about $50, so that's much more accurate than it was earlier. I don't know if it's right on the money, but we like it.
I think that is top up. JD stuck 5K.
All right, JD in the basement. What the heck?
Yeah, couldn't get the big ones to stick. Has had to play some of these as chops, and of course, losing that big one to Z-Fish there just a moment ago didn't help things.
Help the stream. That's about it.
Help Lil T. That's for damn sure. He's like, I have the nuts. She's like, actually, I have the nuts on that board.
Yeah, right. That's what those hands were only like 3 or 4 hands apart from each other, right?
Oh yeah, if that.
Yeah, always fun from a psychological standpoint when that happens. You're like, what the heck is going on here?
It's just 3 black.
Getting the money in on, you know, at least several streets good, and then it all just falls apart. 6-3 is hot.
Nut flush draw for Doc.
It's like a super trouble game. A game like that, or like, yeah,
Wow, Bobby.
Oh, yeah, we didn't see that little ditty.
Pull the cards all the time.
Bottom set, that's juicy.
One develop here, yeah. I mean, I never saw a board like this with 2 overs and nut diamonds, and thought to myself, well, why don't I just fold right now?
Nope.
I know the game, but yeah.
Carlos did not call. Carlos did not bet. So he's not in this hand. The pot does not have 1,000 of the dollars that it says it has.
Ripadelphia, he's in there.
Bobby?
And Bobby's got more like 26.75.
Set.
Set, only a set. How much is that?
Only a set? Oh, great.
Nice hand. Nice hand.
All right, so all in a call. We're going to run it twice. Two
Add
chances
some
for
out
Doc
there.
to find a diamond, because that's the only thing he can find.
Yeah, twice, right?
Yeah.
Man. And according to our fun little chart up there, only 3 of them left.
It's going to be tricky.
Can he find one?
Nice hand. Nice hand.
With.
Doc can take some damage. Bobby, they're going to chip up nicely.
Yeah, nice hand.
Yeah, so he actually had 2,700 or something like that. So I think the pot is actually more like shade under 10K. So I think Bobby's playing nearly 10K after this hand.
I don't think I've beaten you once, Bobby.
Nice hand, Bobby, and unfortunate there for Doc. All the money could have gone in on the flop, right? You got 2 overs and the diamonds. Could just see a raise there sometimes, and it's all in. But it stands.
What was the deal?
The full dub for the man in the 3 seed. Bobby going to rake in.
Yeah, nice pot there for Bobby. I was stuck just staring at my screen trying to figure out what the chaos was there at the showdown when the table was having an outburst and a good time with something, and I never did figure it out.
What's it like to win?
I'm glad they had a good time with it.
I don't know.
You'll get one time.
All right, so as far as
one time and then I get
buttons are concerned, I know that Venom has one, and where else do we have one? Is Carlos holding on to one? What's going on here? John? John's got one. Okay, we're down to John and Venom for the nickname.
I looked
So
at
as
JD
you
and I
put
said,
50 on if you're Venom.
did he score?
Hot tip there for anybody who is potentially going to be playing some nit games. If you are under the gun and you have a nit button and there's only like 1 or 2 other people out there with a nit button, you should straddle.
Not even playing the net.
Yeah, you should.
We're not. We're the first to lose our net buttons.
Feels like a lifetime ago.
Feels like it.
And that's because you get the last action pre-flop, and it's always nice to know if you can stick around and try to get rid of your button. So, yeah. All right, John making it 275 to go. Benham 3-betting with the same hand, and now over to Doc.
Good hand.
And we're about to battle 2 players with the nit button.
Nice. Ace Jack, Ace Jack. Let's see some chaos just for funsies.
Yeah, because this is a real dilemma, right? You know that there's $800 phantom dollars in the middle. You do have a chance to win those back, so they're played as splash pots, 2 $400 splash pots. So it's not like you're just totally evaporating $800, but those dollars are real. They are effectively in the pot right now. The nice thing for John is that he'll get to play in position if he calls. Benham can definitely have a lot of sort of weaker hands, dominated aces, things of that sort. So calling and playing in position and just sort of seeing what happens is not the worst idea.
Gee, he was dropping names left and right earlier, and now he can't drop one.
Problem, of course, is that you're going to whiff a lot of flops. And probably just have to fold to more aggression. But you don't always have to just like 4-bet him right here, which I think is what John's thinking about. Can't imagine he's thinking about folding. And there is the call. So heads up, same hand.
I guess that would be one way
The 2 remaining players in the net game doing battle.
It's actually got such a register that I almost have to be looking at you to understand. Not quite.
In the middle, Benham first to act with the betting lead, and both players flop a gut shot to Broadway. Benham has the ace of spades, John the jack of spades. So
Best we communicate by text.
backdoor opportunity to fold.
My ex-wife couldn't hear me for 4 years.
The old nutter gutter for both of them.
You weren't listening.
You weren't speaking the right language.
And this is the thing that sucks.
I married her
If you
without a prenup.
call, you see a flop like this, and you're like, oh man, I really shouldn't fold, but I kind of don't want to call.
I would never recommend that to.
Never do it for the right reasons. Oh, not
without a prenup. No, it's like insurance. You don't expect to be in an accident. But
It's sort of the old good money after bad kind of thought process here of like, if he just has
I'm climbing back.
anything here, I'm behind.
I know you think I'm rich. I'm not. I'm just financially irresponsible.
How's your pen, brother?
Which one?
Because you're playing with all of us. We don't know what that means.
John being very deliberate here, though.
This is a part
Both
of
with
his
the
financial
pre-flop
planning.
This actually
and now
takes my
pose.
stress away.
I've heard other people say that.
What
I
to
just
do?
wonder,
What to
relax.
do?
Like counting sheep.
40% pot bet.
There's another thing. That
Definitely a reasonable spot to float for John.
It just takes one, you know.
He's just not going to improve very often, right? He's got 3 aces, presumably 3 aces and 4 tens. But yeah, that's just not a lot of the cards that are left to come. Here we go to the turn. 4 hearts.
Never heard of it.
All right, with those long tanks from John, do you think Venom goes after it here on the turn?
Yeah. Well, you can go see it. It's probably.
Yeah, I think it's a spot where you just kind of have to keep going. But he does slow it down, and now John is like, ooh.
Or red box.
3 river card, you say. Perhaps both players now just going to be like, all right, whatever. I lose the Nick game. I'm just not going to torch my stack.
Before you told me it was a movie, that's a ground for the board.
And it'll be actually kind of silly when these two players, if they get to showdown,
Intolerable what?
chop this pot up.
It does indeed go check. Check.
And so they have to keep their nit buttons. They chopped his pot, and they have to continue playing for the nit game. That's hilarious.
All that suspense just to keep the nit buttons.
I put him on ace 9, ace 10. I put you on king 10.
Go for it again.
Defeats the purpose.
Nice show. Nice show.
That's one of my favorite ways for the Nick game to continue between the last 2 players that I've ever seen.
Nice.
We missed like 10 hands because of that.
Yeah, I felt like Venom was going to pull the trigger.
I really thought you had the
At least we made money.
Maybe on the turn.
Yeah, when he did bet the turn, it was kind of over. But yeah, I think you're right. Betting the turn was definitely the spot there.
That all makes sense now.
Yeah, because then I don't think John can continue anymore. He doesn't have any more, sort of backdoors that he can pick up. It's just one and done. And his hand just doesn't have enough strength to continue. So if Venom bets half pot there on the turn, right, it's just over.
Yeah, it's easy to get spooked with that king and queen out there, but yep, that would have done it, I think.
You both have the option to bet. Yeah, you both have the option. A couple options.
JD here, stating the obvious.
See why you guys both have the buttons left.
Strong call.
I see why you both have nit buttons, he says. Just in time for ace king suited.
Turn one, check, over, check.
Check.
Z-Fish never saw a hand that he didn't want to play against JD.
Dude, I love Z-Fish's game. I think he's my poker spirit animal.
Oh, drills a 5, but the other 2 cards are substantially higher and interact with Doc Hollywood's hands quite substantially. Doc just going to go ahead and lead out here. Doesn't even give JD an opportunity to take a stab at this, but the bet of 300 is going to get raised to 1,000. JD here with just 2 overcards and a gut shot to Broadway.
He's got my number, JD. Always got my
Doc
number.
makes the call, 87% favorite. And, oh, that is a bad card for JD, who has already been lurking at the bottom of the leaderboard. But now that he picks up the top pair second kicker, How does he approach this with 2,800 in the middle?
I did.
And SPR of roughly 2. Kind of make your decision now if you're interested in getting all the chips. I mean, I don't think you're ever checking, but yeah, do you go small or do you go big and really put him to the test here? It is the half pot in position. Doc quickly making the call. Pot swells. 5,600 SPR below 1.
One of those two.
And no help for JD. Front door flush misses. Doc quickly checks, and I think JD here. I think you should check this back at a fairly high clip. The value is thin. It's definitely possible, but this pot's big enough for one pair. Even though it's top pair, top kicker. I think this pot's big enough. Does JD agree? Or does he go for more?
Just telling you, JD's got the perfect hands with him. Like giving free money away. Bobby, too.
We'll make more.
Doc
Later,
loves
when?
the chatter.
Tomorrow.
Promise?
Always tomorrow.
Promise.
All right.
JD wants more. Goes for it all. Doc already got a double up through JD earlier with the river trips. Can he make the call here? Can he double up again? Flops 2 pair. What does he lose to? Ace, queen, ace, jack? But he got raised on the flop. It's not ace, jack, right? Ace, jack doesn't raise the flop. Does king 10 raise the flop? Maybe. Does ace, queen raise the flop? Sure. But he's got a queen. He blocks that. The real question is, you got to ask yourself, like, if JD isn't bluffing, like, what does he have?
Nice hand.
No, he lets it go. No, JD value bluffs. JD didn't know he was bluffing. He was. And the 2 pair goes by the wayside. Incredible hand right there. JD chipping up to 14-5, and that would have been back-to-back double ups as far as like the heads-up massive pots between those two players. Doc had a huge opportunity there, but yeah, that ace on the turn just didn't look good to him. Figures that ace king is the worst hand that JD ever has that goes for it there. JD didn't know it, but he was merging his hand right into a bluff. Got it through.
At 3,000.
I mean, because you can imagine that JD never thinks that queen 5 is in there. It's queen jack or nothing, and queen jack is just not folding. That's just not what he's targeting.
Yeah. Thank you.
He's targeting king queen, queen 10. You know, a 1 pair holdings, not 2 pair variety, trying to get them to fold. Wow, baby. All right, here we go. On to the next one. Hand 58. Whole bunch of queen jacks, king jacks, etc. out here. We got 3 players with a jack and no jack on the flop. Little T with the king high is best after we check through to a 10 on the turn. Everybody picks up a gut shot to Broadway.
Who's got a gutty? Everybody's got a gutty.
Here, buddy,
Should have a channel about poker players telling their bad beats.
This is a weird one too because he won.
Yeah.
That would be a good channel.
All right, Doc bets, and everybody folds. Nobody interested in their gut shots.
Easy money.
And yeah, so just had a big one there where Doc could have doubled through JD once again if he could find the river call, but JD unwittingly turning the top into a bluff. Didn't think he was bluffing, thought he was value betting, but got the better hand to fold.
Wow.
So you go and the rest of us play.
Whoever wins leaves, and then all the losers have to like.
Jay Diggle's working his magic.
You know, jumpstart the game.
That's how we do.
Everybody's even. It's kind of like boring. You know, get that part out of the way. Everybody's like 2K.
That sounds fun.
And one lucky guy gets to go home
Yeah,
with
yeah.
money.
If 18K fucks off. You know?
All right, this one off to a fun start as John raised it up. We don't know what he has, but he's going to get some company as the Strato has pocket tens.
Venom's in there on the button as well.
There it is. Now we see it.
Your nuts to the floor and sit in your house.
I'll get some chips for you.
Carlos, the things you've done.
I just have a lot of
No
cake.
wonder you get invited to Sherry's house.
Oh, it's two people.
Oh, hello. 9, 10, queen. We got top pair and a gutty for John. Middle set for Scott.
Yeah, let's not forget about the up and downer. Of course, it is the bad one as far as up and downers go because the jack puts a one-liner to the king being a straight. So Venom not going to be particularly enthusiastic about his hand, but it is still an up and downer.
But it is enough to put a little chili in there, huh?
Yeah, I mean, you maybe call the 200 because if 6 comes, you can imagine some pretty serious 2-pair combos that are not going to be apt to fold to a 6. So you can definitely still make some money, but this is going to be the move that really pushes the 8-7 out of the hand. Scott check raise 1,300. Now John, top pair gut shot, king kick in. Pretty uncomfortable on this board texture though.
Yeah, but I mean, you know.
Against an opponent with a pretty snug range here for this maneuver.
This is your first grandchildren?
No. My grandchildren moved.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's one thing if it's Venom or Z-Fish or something, but Scott doing this, is he just like YOLOing it in there with Ace-Jack,
A lot of value in it, but man.
Jack-9 or something, right? Like,
Yeah, you know.
those sorts of hands that you could imagine might bluff because, like,
No way.
they're good, but they're not that good.
Scott enjoying the suspense of this hand. A couple of beard scratches.
Getting the clothes ready and just constant.
I think John sniffs this one out. If there's a spade out there, the 10 or the 9 of spades, I think he might be sort of handcuffed into a continue. But I think John lets this one go. That's going to be my take on it. Of course, he does have the knit button. I mean, let's not forget that of the 3 players, 2 of them have knit button.
Yeah.
But Scott is the one who doesn't have it. So when he does this, knowing that he just can kind of stay out of the way with all of his riffraff, yeah, there we go, John. Let's go.
Yeah.
That's a good read there.
Almost would have considered raising smaller with those knit buttons out there, but that that flop has got a little draw heaviness to it, so no shame in taking it down.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, we just continue to see big hands here, though, developing between the 2 players still in the knit game. This is an opportunity for John that he should not skip. The straddle should definitely be out there, but
got to.
It looks like he is going to miss that opportunity.
Well, it did save him $50 for now.
But
right? Could have got rid of that knit button.
800.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. I've got a cord mess over here.
Careful with the cord mess. All right, Venom here. He's going to squeeze. Little T made it 75. Z-Fish made it call. And Venom squeezes to 400. Doc has no qualms whatsoever about making the call from the small blind. Jack 10.
All right, Venom with that ace deuce 3-bet. Knit button 3-bet. Z-Fish was connected, but he let it go.
I don't even know what that is.
John over here hoping that somebody can beat Venom in this hand.
Where the German
All right, T Little banging top pair here with King Jack.
No, it's 40.
Well, I know that,
Or
I know
little
that
T.
Class AMG was super fast.
Yeah, Venom, he is going to take the shot, and it makes some sense. He can definitely be up against some opponents that have, you know, Jack 10 suited, 9 10 suited, pocket sevens, whatever. Those hands are going to go into the muck, but yeah, a lot of the time they are going to have stuff just like what they have. It. You're going to get called in 2 spots, and that's not going to feel great.
Wow.
700.
Even Jessica.
So this pot not a skinny rabbit now, all the way up to 3,400 here on the turn.
Yeah.
A lot of bless your heart from Jessica when I played.
Well, well, well.
Doc and Lil T. Venom with just a gutty.
I live in a city called Murphy. It's about half a mile from South Fork Ranch.
Oh, okay.
I had a high rise on McKinney Avenue. Beautiful balcony overlooking downtown Dallas. So I went
Wow, Lil T.
Cougars to Coyotes.
She's in there. Says, you know what?
Only 20. It's locked, landlocked, 5 square miles.
Rip City for T Little saying, get that nip button out of here.
And literally Bobcats and Coyotes.
Doc here with pair in a straight draw. Pretty far behind.
And then they're so disappointed how small it is.
Oh, they did. Little T has, but get a count. They're
Doc
not
had
flush
3 or
draws
4
here,
black.
right?
So now there's going to be.
Doc had 3 or 4 black stacks when I left, I thought. So yeah, that hand that you mentioned must have been a good one.
It was, yeah. He and JD played a pretty monstrous one, and he chipped down a fair bit because he flopped top and bottom pair, and JD flopped 2 overs and a gutty. And bet raise on the flop. JD just sort of repping his better range. Picks up top pair on the turn, check, bet, call, and then river nothing burger, check, all in. For pretty thin value, top pair, top sticker, but like a very connected looking board, and Doc did find the fold with the 2 pairs. So yeah, he ended up losing a pretty sizable chunk on that one.
Well, here we go. Little T takes down this pot. And plenty of meat on it. That's a good pot. And I forget that he did double up Bobby too right before that pot with JD. I remember.
We were restoring some 78 Z28s and stuff. I got a shop out long ago.
So that was probably
We were out there working on it one day. And so
back when he had 4 stacks of black. He doubled up Bobby, and then he had the big one with JD.
He was a hard guy. He could build a music. I can turn a range.
All right, Nick game still in effect. John and Venom still looking for a hand.
This Nick game streaming like a final table stream that goes into the wee hours of the morning.
Not this one, buddy. Not this one.
I got it.
Last night we had a fantastic final table stream, but they did play 4-handed for over 2 hours.
Wait for the camera.
So that was
Were
pretty
there
wild.
any big mystery bounties still in play when it got
Man,
down to the final table?
There was a 50. The 40,000 was still intact. The 10,000 was in, and also a 2,500. So there was plenty of cheese to play for in those bounties. But the 40K bounty went on the very first final table bounty.
Oh, okay. Who ended up getting the 40K then? Was it one of the top 3 finishers or no?
Nope, that was Hugh. Hugh had a big stack when he got that bounty, and then he went over and hit the 40K, and then he finished in, I want to say 5th. I believe he was a 5th place finisher.
Okay, well, 40K, it's a pretty good nudge up the ladder, all things considered.
And he had the first 2 bounties at the final table, one of which was the 40K, and then he banked a 2,500 right after that. So he was 42.5 in bounties right out the gate.
Yeah, that makes up for not getting a top 4 finish.
Yeah.
Really? Okay. They don't well, it is Texas.
Front door diamonds come in here on the end. Nobody has that, and Venom with 5 high is going to give it up. Doc wins with a pair of 4s, and Venom is like, come on, man, I definitely could have gotten through there.
I purposefully got the pump action.
Gotta love it, the old Nick game, getting called by 4s. Let's go.
Just by doing that, T2 type
That would have ever.
I don't think I'm calling turn.
That would have ever done it.
Lil T here talking about a pump action shotgun from home defense. Let's go. Don't mess with Lil
I mean,
T.
you got to think about steps.
Oh, she knows. She knows what's up.
That should work.
I'm just relaying your needles over there.
Give him the old ch-ch.
That's right.
Work.
Yeah, they hear that. They got something wrong with them if they keep coming.
We still playing the nigga?
Love this game. Fun game, right, boys? Have fun? You guys are having fun, huh?
Bit him with a smile, but he did not enjoy that. Did not enjoy that needle.
Red 9. John here should be strongly incentivized to continue with anything that isn't just hyper garbage. Ooh,
There we
ace
go.
7 suited is nowhere near
Indeed.
hyper garbage.
That's a premium when you got a nip button in your hand.
Give you a little protection. Whichever one y'all needed.
9 of clubs one time.
I believe that one's already in the muck, but 9 of spades might be available.
Well, we get a
7
bunch of
out there
spades.
for John. That could create a little bit of resistance.
Protection gone.
And indeed, John not going anywhere.
Maybe they'll
Bobby, though, is by the wayside. Heads up we go to a turn. 9s versus a pair of 7s. Oh! John drills it.
Hello, nip button madness.
And Benham here, he wants to get rid of his nip button and win the pot, but I don't know about betting this turn.
He is in a
Honestly,
particular spot.
Just some chips.
yeah, I'm honestly, I feel like I would be more inclined to check back this turn and look to bluff catch rivers, because that phantom 800 in the middle is already in there. You don't need to build the pot that much more with second pair, especially when the 7 pairs the board, because yeah, you get raised like this and it feels so gross. Wow, Benham quickly finds the fold though.
Concedes the nit game. Woo!
And wow, I mean, Benham did lose the nit game. He did lose the 500, but he sure as hell didn't lose any more. Very quickly comes to the correct decision there.
I like it.
Yeah, because the button is getting.
All right, the best graphic in all of sports. Benham loses the $100 nit game.
No, in the pot. In the pot. In the pot, we're playing it.
Yo, Doc. It's a splash pot.
We're at the splash pot, buddy.
JD wants to make sure that Doc does not miss the $400 splash pot.
No, figure that if I check, I'm going to call the river bets. I pocket 9s.
I'll be right back.
We'll wait for you. We'll wait.
I'll play your hand for you. We fold it.
Yeah, so you're not last forever.
Well, I hope Benham wins his money back.
No, I'm actually not. I'll be going to fold it.
That was totally good.
Gotta love the nit game. After someone loses the nit game, you must needle them. It is a penalty if you don't.
And they're not doing a 400-400. They're doing a full 800 splash pot. So all of the money is in here right now.
Wow, well, we will. And everybody's folding?
Very ethical.
To this tiny little raise from Bobby. Yeah, treating it like it's a normal pot. Just goes with the 300 open. Ooh, Lil T. Lil T with the heat.
There is 800 out there.
Yeah, she should make this really big. Oh, she's going to go 800. That's good enough to get Bobby out of there.
Thanks.
See if JD wants to defend. No, he doesn't.
Take
Let's
it.
go.
I had one of those as well.
Nice big juicy pot there for Lil T. She's chipped up really well, and after a pretty rocky start and getting her money in kind of bad, she is back to her winning ways. Let's go.
There we go. Little splash pot right there, free 800. The boys just giving it away now.
A typical blackjack joining us here in the chat. What's up, gangsters? What's up with you? Welcome in.
I think I'm supposed to do that with pocket deuces, I think.
Because we're not by nature, not because I hate you. Oh, wait, that's different.
One's good and one's not so good.
I haven't read that book.
I'm still writing it.
150.
Jackson deuces.
I would love to play with you. I would love to have seen deuces.
We're here.
Yeah.
JD is playing. That's atypical blackjack's favorite player.
It's just a medieval romance novel called Jackson Deuces.
150.
Medieval romance. I've read it. Just kidding. Bluffing.
I'd read it if you want to write it.
Let's go.
Multi-way here. Bobby says, did you say jacks and deuces? Because that's what I got, and that's what I want to see on the board.
Now we're Texas heads up.
No jacks, no deuces. It is a pair of 10s for Scott and Lil T in front. Scott was a better kicker. Wow, Lil T, let's go with the second pair queen kicker very quickly. And Scott,
Yeah, it's going slow.
he's going to take it down with the best hand.
Yeah, she's getting these guys figured out.
Actually, you should there because you're playing my flop line. It was supposed to come out Jack Jack. Right?
Jedi Master, he knew I was bluffing.
What is that? Some altar boy seeking revenge or what?
You never saw American Psycho?
No. That's American. Oh, because it's usually South Park stuff, and I didn't recognize that character.
My 13-year-old, 14-year-old's going to be this for Halloween, and then I asked my 3-year-old.
Oh, it's more American Psycho on the figure.
So that's from American Psycho?
Yeah. You haven't seen it? Very good.
With Christian Bale?
Yeah, very good.
Okay, so this is an American Psycho figure today?
Yeah.
I lived it with my divorce.
There you go.
I'm kidding, she was Russian. No.
And he kept the joke going. Nice.
Very nice.
Gotta appreciate a good two-liner.
Jack 10, ace 10, 5-4 of diamond. Two players with a heart. Doc with the ace as well. And that's good enough for a win.
Now, Jedi, I have read a fictional book. It was made up. I haven't read very many books. I don't know how I made it through college at times.
What did you study in college, my friend?
Broadcast communications.
Broadcast communications. Well, what a very
I know, right?
situation you found yourself in.
So I could end up being a poker dealer, coming in here, hanging out with you guys.
Well done.
Yeah. Where would I rather be?
Nowhere.
Not at all.
Can I make a hand with all 4 of them?
Nope.
200.
Jay Diggle, ace queen.
Ace
Freeze
queen. Yeah, JD's holdings tonight have been a little bit quiet. He's had to chill over there for the most part, but he's find some time to splash around.
I much prefer getting first 4 cards.
And getting after it here. He is not shy about squeezing with these borderline hands. He's like, no, I'm just not going to call. Carlos, though, is going to cold call ace-5 suited. That is going to incentivize Doc to come along, and JD is going to get a chance to re-squeeze this hand.
Hello.
Or just call. He's actually getting a decent price. But the re-squeeze is very much in play.
Look at all those 750s out there.
I mean, you can just YOLO this in, because Venom is probably the only player you really have to worry about. Nobody else should have, like, aces, kings, even jacks, right? So, like, just YOLO it in. They can't call you. But that is the other option. Get the good price, take the good price. Jedi Master Ted nailed it right on the head there. Broadcast journalism and nuclear physics. Nothing mixes better.
Yeah, I thought about that for 1/8 of a semester.
All right, here we go. 5 players looking at a board. 3 of the aces missing. 3 of the 9s missing. no ace, no 9. It is Jack high board. Pair of 10s for Doc Hollywood. And he's like, oh yeah, I have the best hand.
All right, going to give everybody a peach of a price.
2 overs and a gutty here for JD. It's like he's going to get just like small balled into oblivion if he just keeps calling. But I mean, when you're getting this good of a price, it's almost like, God, do I mess it up by raising? Oh no, he folds. JD,
Wow.
You can't fold. Oh no, JD's like, uh-oh, I shouldn't have
And
folded.
Doc just gets it through. Free money, 2,400 bucks he profits.
Oh my God. A 4K pot, he bet 1/5 pot, and JD folded 2 overs and a gut shot to the nuts, and he's like, oh no.
Woo.
Oh no, I folded.
What is in the water tonight? These guys on their best behavior.
Oh yeah, Blackjack, that is the Doc Hollywood from the chat. He is consistently joining us. If he is not on the felt, he is in the chat. Good man right there.
I don't think 3 people can hold pocket deuces at the same time.
And has indeed, as you mentioned earlier, RJ, done us a solid here in the booth, giving us a little perk here and there for the work that we do. So very much appreciate Doc.
Doc is awesome.
He broke it.
Is that a straddle?
He broke it.
Legend.
Might have left me something to sip on tonight. So I appreciate that.
Little P here says 50 sip on this pot, but you're going to get raised by Z Fish in the cutoff. $300 more to go with the Jack 10 and the Ace Jack. Sure thing. Here we go. 3 ways to a flop.
Yeah, you saw pretty much probably have to call actually. I needed this flop.
3, 3, 9. Love those raggedy flops to pair the board.
No. Hand before.
No, the hand before. You would have big something.
Yeah, pretty good spot here for Z-Fish to just continue and take it down. And yeah, Lil T doesn't want anything to do with it, so the best hand goes by the wayside.
So for instance, pocket jacks.
Z-Fish there picking up a nice one.
Not there. It's a paired board. He's clearly got a 3.
I mean, he's had 5.
I love the story about reading books. I may have shared this with you, Aaron. I was in college and I was on some honor roll that I had to go to the meeting for the lady that was doing the LSAT prep classes. I was like, man, I'm not going to take the LSAT. There's no reason for me to be here. I had to go. They made me go. I was like, I don't want to be here. Can I leave? The lady's like, no, sit down. She sends me a card and it asks what was the last book I read. And on the card, being a smart aleck, I wrote The Little Train That Could.
Do you have any pumpkin spice lattes?
Well, she gets to my card. She says, Mr. Dupree. I said, yes. She says, the last book you read, The Little Train That Could? I said, yes, ma'am. She said, well, you didn't read it very well. It's called The Little Engine That Could. I said, well, thank you. Can I go now? She said, yes, you may leave.
That is a great story. But wait, why did you get roped into that? I missed that part.
I was on an honor roll, so I had to go to this lady's presentation where she was trying to sell me on her LSAT prep class.
Okay, so you got roped into it
Yeah.
through some sort of promotional thing. Okay. Wow, what a flop here for JD.
Some fun holdings. Jay Diggles runs that ace-10 right up against ace-queen, ace-jack, and gets this flop, 10-10-4. Hello.
And here comes the raise. Yeah, not going to waste any time, even with the ace of spades. Says if one of these guys has a 10, I'm getting all the money. May as well get some chips in there now before another spade peels off or something. Doc is about to make a very
Optimistic.
Very optimistic play. Does not want to see a king or a jack, and that is a good card for him to not lose any more money. I understand floating with overcards on occasion. You don't want to get run over, but that was a multi-way pot. JD isn't going to just be doing this with any sort of random like 8-7 or some sort of garbage that King Jack is performing very well against. And even if you improve to a pair of jacks or kings, you could be well behind. So, I mean, at least he does just get out of there immediately on the turn, but JD does pick up that additional 450 on the flop.
Yeah, and you mentioned that was multi-way. I always think that's one of the one of the most fun things to mention to the people in the 1-2 streets wanting to advance their game a little bit. Always know how many people are in the pot pre-flop and what your opponent did pre-flop, right? I mean, those are two very simple things for you to help understand the game a little bit that we but sometimes it takes us a couple years to figure out.
Yeah. Yeah, if somebody limps and calls pre-flop, like,
yeah,
you know what they don't have, that's for sure. And yeah, is that all the information? No, but you know what they don't have.
Hello, King's in the building.
Yeah, this is against an early position raise under the gun even from JD, a call and a 3-bet from Z-Fish. Doc here getting a pretty slam dunk spot to pick up some easy chips. But raise is quite small, so Z-Fish is actually going to go ahead and see a flop here, and all things considered, not that far behind because, well, he's got an overcard, and
yeah, that one
we can tell no aces were folded free.
That one over and a suit worth about 40% of the equity, and bingo, bango, no problem, comes right on out.
Yeah, going to get right on the flop. And Doc bets big, 2/3. Says ace 7-3 rainbow. I like completely murder this flop, but I'm gonna bet 2/3. Sort of overkill. Z-Fish is like, well, shit, my hand isn't very good, but I'm not folding top pair. Just like that 4,300 in the middle.
Little over 4K, no problem.
Actually, shit, that's right. My pronouns.
Yeah, SDR is just barely under 1. Now Doc slows it down with a check. We'll see if Z-Fish checks this back or decides to actually go small for value. I think he should check this back almost all the time, but small for value, Z-Fish almost.
Where'd you say you're from?
Missouri.
1,500.
Right there in the 4-state area. Kansas, Missouri, Oklahoma, and Arkansas.
Okay.
Perhaps betting small now so that you can check back rivers, but
Broken Bow.
Boy, every time I try that, it never works.
Oof, but now probably going to go for it because SPR is so low. Z-Fish is only 3,000 and change behind. And yeah, now he can try to get max value from Kings and Queens.
And he does. Yeah, what a river there, right?
Yeah, it's really dirty. Like, the Kings are like, oh, great, ace magnet. Sure, put an ace on the board. And then you see another one, you're like, oh, maybe he doesn't have the ace.
That second one talks him into it.
We'll do a little bit of accounting. We'll get Z-Fish doubled up. And with that, unfortunately for Doc Hollywood, he is going to get chipped down a little bit further.
Straight to the middle.
Little bit of damage, little bit of damage.
Yeah. That's real lucky.
Yeah.
That's real lucky. I remember that one. That one was bad. Nice hands.
Here we go. After all the dust settles, Z-Fish hits a big one. Let's see, that was probably approaching 10K. I don't know if it officially made it there. We'll see what his stack ends up here in just a second.
Ace 5 off, huh?
One of my favorite hands, man.
Yeah.
You can make straights.
Yeah.
I told you guys he's just trying to pick and it's free money, but fuck. He also can hit, I guess.
Hey, what a hater, man. Come on. You know, I celebrate you when you win, and this is how you put me down. Man.
Chips.
If there's any justice, you get punished right there, and then you stop raising me.
Yeah, 5.
See?
All I want is JD money.
All right, Bobby's been a little quiet over there. He's trying to get in there with Jack 9. John has queens in the big blind. He will definitely get to raise this up, raising over a bunch of limpers.
300 from John. Gotta give him a little action. I mean, I don't get a chance to play with John that much. For obvious reasons.
300 to go. Bobby's bored over there. He's ready to play. He will call the 300 with Jack 9.
Get your oil change.
King 5, 7. Queens are still handy.
Okay, I'll check it.
Our good friend Eric Van Loozen in the chat. Howdy from beautiful Odessa, Texas.
You might be baiting me, but I'm going to take the bait.
Yeah, thanks for checking in, Eric. Hello from beautiful Dallas, Texas. Tell our friends in Odessa that we say hello. All right, Bobby's hanging around here. Let's see if he has any intentions with this river. Indeed, he does. It's going to be tough to get it through here as John's holding queens, but it's worth a shot. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, the dynamic of the flop and turn bets really factors in here as to whether or not you give your opponent credit for a 7 or a king. Queens, though, pretty good hand.
Yeah, I got a little shot to get this through. Probably didn't put him on a king with the flop and turn dynamics, but now you have 2 problems.
They're not up there. The percentages.
A little T.
Get him.
A little heat at John. JD looks for his answers in the hat of Doc, and John tries to find them off in the distance above
yes, he
his
does.
neighbor's head as well.
Maybe they are up there somewhere, guys.
There you go.
For that check
John does make the
Yeah,
call.
that's what he was looking at.
Why do I fall for it? Why?
Yes, the spirits in the distance told John to make the call. He does, and happily it takes down the 5.
Those are some nice city names there. Slodetha or Hodessa. Well, make the most of it out there, buddy.
Ain't nothing wrong with a little slow town. Or Hodessa. Heck, I'm fine with that as well. Slow towns and ho towns, my favorite.
Fish, suited ace, king, spades variety this time. Fresh cup of hot tea and suited big slick. 75 to go, couple of callers, and here we go. 3 ways to a flop. Pretty even split on the equities. John with a little bit more than the rest. And flop bottom set.
8-8-8.
The 10-5 now working with a combo draw on the turn. Gut shot and flush draw.
You know Doc's gonna love that.
small probe here from John with the bottom set, and Doc is going to raise very small after Z-Fish floats the ace-king, and after John makes the call, I think the ace-king should go in the muck. It does. Heads up to a river. No diamond, no jack.
Raise, put a little extra sugar in there like you knew it was coming, and it was a 3 of clubs.
How does it feel, John, to flop set? Huh? Must be nice.
First time in a while, but it feels quite good, and especially in hold'em, it feels amazing. I'm used to flopping eights and going like shit.
Now you know how it feels to be like that.
I'm sure that's true, Eric. I'm sure that's true.
Shit, just sitting over there all nice and quiet.
Howdy, Tay-Tay and Coop Dog.
What about Jack 10-8?
Unfortunately, not tonight.
Not tonight. Don't worry, the night is young.
Yep. No worries.
No space in there on that, Eric. All one word there, buddy.
I love your fingernail polish, by the way. I forgot to tell you that 23 hands ago.
Doc Holliday with that steel wheel violence right here, coming in with 4 deuce of diamonds.
This is the French guy.
See if he can work those steel wheel draws like Z-Fish does.
Carlos has what the kids call Riz.
Yeah.
Definitely has a Riz.
My 13-year-old broke in and told me I was dripping last year, and I was what?
Congratulations, Eric VL. You're up to 3 TCH live loyalty points. Holler. 3, 6, 5. Is that a good flop for deuce 4?
Let me check. Survey says. Yes.
Tough.
He can definitely represent that steel wheel draw when you flop the straight.
I might be going to the kids' bar tomorrow, so I need to get the terms down. Do some Googling tonight when I get home.
Glazing. Have you heard of glazing? Yeah. Doing too much.
Man, I feel like I'm missing out on the Streamlabs party.
It's like you're
Well, not really. I
Yeah.
lose it, so.
I'm missing out on being tilted, it sounds like.
That's right. So Lil T here does not improve on this turn and is now facing a wager of 800. She's done with it.
Oh my god.
Stop pairing a gut shot on the flop. Just pretty easy fold here.
Let's go on to the next one. I'm done with this hand. That guy's got something.
Tay-Tay comes in right after I go down in flames and hits an 86. Nice.
Oh, that's how you gain points, huh? Show him how it's done, Taylor.
Huh? No? No? Okay, one. Yeah.
Are rodeo clowns less creepy than regular clowns? Yes. I'd say yes. Rodeo clown is my go-to Halloween costume. Jedi Master, should I break out the rodeo clown for Halloween again? Because that's what I did last year. Or should I change it up? I'm torn on this decision. Looks like we've got another dealer change here. We've gone from Zach to Jessica, and now the lovely Jazz in the box. Another one of our rock stars from TCH Dallas.
And there was a bunch. We played a bunch of the games.
One, 2 seats.
Splash pods.
One seat.
Like, you know.
You gotta scan yours again. Oh,
There were a lot of spots where they were like 25 things affected, and they were like, playing serious, you know?
Yeah, the rodeo clown is an easy outfit to pull off, and it's not really a scary version. You can do a lot of different versions with it, so that's what's cool about it. You can do a TCH version or a Las Vegas version or whatever.
Wow, JD wins again?
Every other.
It's a 3-5 for the wheel here. JD back to back to back. I think he's won all 3 bomb pots tonight.
That's how you become a bomb pot flipping pro right there. Just go 3 for 3.
Oh, 40%.
He's up 70%.
I think 40%. What is this really?
He's the J4 of flops. He's that Robbie that's impossible.
100s. If you think about it, every year he makes a full bankroll.
Yeah, absolutely, 100%.
I don't see the guy stay in the game.
And he doesn't spend it on his wardrobe, which
Have you seen me play?
Pennywise, the only acceptable clown costume. Yeah. Pennywise, pretty freaky clown, that's for sure.
Yeah. Yeah, the TCH clown, let's see, I probably have evidence of the TCH sponsored rodeo clown from last year on my Instagram, but it was pretty mild. It was chill, but it worked.
Yeah, Jedi, it's a rodeo clown, not a clown.
Right, yeah, rodeo clown, you just put that little skirt thing on, and then you pretty much do whatever you want with the rest. The little skirt thing with some colorful suspenders, and boom. Then you wear whatever shirt you want, and that's your sponsor.
Carlos, ace king, he's going to do some raising. And called in 2 spots. And what a flop that is.
Nice.
And Lil T both getting a piece.
Look at these rags filling up with equity here. Doc Holliday with a bunch of it.
But it's Lil T who's betting here. Bottom end of the gut shot. 3 to a flush. Sticks 400 into 6, and Doc makes the call. Here we go. Heads up now to a turn. 1400 in the middle. No chain. Checky. Still nothing happening here for the 3s. Lil T gonna get shown the bad news here after another check. And yeah, pair of 6s, no kicker. Good enough.
Check. Took it easy on each other. Very gentle.
Doc, the first one to release the knit button. We have fired up a new round.
Yes, I saw the knit buttons go out a while ago. Did we mention that? Knit buttons are back out. I love it.
Not a great time to be away from the table, as Benham is like, oh wait, sorry.
Knit button, let me straddle.
Yeah, straddle. Yeah.
I was just watching it. It's ace. Yeah, it has to be.
Let's go
right.
5 ways.
Yeah, 50 apiece, why not? Nobody has a pair here. We're literally just hanging out with the King Jack high here for Carlos as the best hand. Does also have a gut shot now on the turn. Two players with straight draws, both whiff. King high will win if we get to showdown, but Benham has just Jack high, so it's like, yeah, you better bet. And this would be a sick call. Carlos could make it with just King high, but he does let it go. And gets shown the Jack high.
Gets that Jack high splash down right in front of him with Benham's knit button. How rude.
We should have mocked his hand.
Yeah, it does feel slightly less bad when someone shows you a bluff in the knit game because it's like, well, yeah, everybody
Right,
has to
yeah.
bluff all the time, but oftentimes when someone just like slaps a bluff down on the table in front of you, you're like, bro, like what did I do to you, man? You really you doing this? But in this game, it happens all the time.
Yeah, and from a mentality point of view, you should almost have the nip button mentality all the time. I mean, they're just being competitive, right? But without the nip button, you're like, oh man, you take it so personal, and should just be competing at its finest.
Yeah. All right, bunch of aces here. 3 players with it right up front. Carlos with the big one.
Most of them back, right? I lost for the match.
Well, you got the flips.
And pairs it. King's up here on the flop for Carlos. 98% favorite, but we check it to Doc, and he is going to put some chips in there. Carlos makes the call. Uses the big chip there. And really hard to improve with ace-6 on that board, but does not. Continues for roughly half pot, does Doc Hollywood. And Carlos, yeah, he can just safely just check and call. Like, yes, he can be up against a 10 sometimes, and that sucks, but like, you're just not folding ace-king. And Doc finally gets the message. Gives it up. And Carlos wins a nice pot.
That was smooth, Jazz. Is it Jazz or Jade? Jazz.
Battle 50.
Did Greg show you the picture of him and Dua Lipa?
Oh, actually, I may have seen that. Is that your stuff?
It was at some Porsche event.
All right, I'm ready to see Bobby get back in there. He's been a little bit quiet here lately. He's got King Jack suited on the button, and that's worth a 3-bet.
That does scare me.
Eight, deuce, 8, 2 clubs. Doc Hollywood's got some clubs.
What kind of music you like?
He will lead right on out of there. Z Fish has trip 8s. Could see some chaos here. Jack of diamonds on the turn. That lands for Doc Hollywood, but he's not going to like that one. Leads out for 1,000. Now Z Fish wondering what in the world is going on here. I'm the one with trips.
Yeah, the Nick game can do some pretty wild things to people, and sometimes you just end up waking up with the goods at the right time.
And of course, that card does. That card does give Doc 2 more outs to his flush draw. Z Fish will have none of it. He's bumping it up.
I'm like in awe, just sitting here right now.
Ooh, wow.
Wow.
Another raise.
Bumpty bump bump getting up in here.
You guys should sign that for me.
Autograph the nip button. Autograph the nip button.
Yeah, and this has gone from, all right, this is awesome, flop trips, and my opponent wants to put more money in the pot, to, wait a minute, if all the chips go in, am I actually good? But sometimes when you play 8-6 off and you flop trips, and you're the guy that can have all kinds of stuff, you kind of just go with it.
Wow, you are eclectic. You're just everywhere.
Yeah, this is the fun part of playing 8-6 off in the cutoff.
lyrically heavy, you know what I mean? Very, very lyrically.
Pocket deuces, any better 8.
How is gangster rap lyrically?
Listen to Easy E.
Pocket jack somehow, jack 8. I mean, there are some possibilities, but yeah, Z-Fish.
All in.
All in.
All right, Hollywood's in there. Ace of Hearts, no help. Jacker Club. There you go, working on a little bit of logistics, make sure that card shows up in the graphics. There it is. Now she can move it up if she wants. There we go, perfect. 3 of diamonds, no help again for Hollywood. That's going to be a scoop.
19K pot there for Z-Fish with 8-6 offsuit. Sometimes it just kind of comes to you.
That ain't no skinny rabbit. 19K headed to the stack of Z-Fish.
So tough break there for Doc. Turns more equity with what already felt like a good hand. 2 overs and a flush draw. Gets it all in pretty far behind. Can't improve, but does rebuy. So Doc, not deterred, is going to stick around. Or at least it looked like it for a moment.
Mallory mentioning that the guys don't dress scantily on Halloween. I was considering a bow tie and a sumo diaper, but I don't know if I'm going to go for that just yet.
Yeah, maybe stick with the rodeo clown.
Thank you, buddy. Yeah, I'm not sure I'd fit in my sumo diaper just yet.
Wait, do you need to fill it out or do you need to slim down?
Go find a really, that's such a good venue.
Great venue. Other than the walking up and down the steps. It's a bit. Just getting from the parking lot up there.
Well, they shuttle you. You just gotta get somewhere.
Yeah, you just have to do it.
All right, so Doc is back in for 10K.
Tay-Tay wishing that I would show up in the sumo diaper.
It's a bold play, and it should be appreciated. Eight 6 was just a big winner here a moment ago. Bobby's going to try his hand at it.
Give it a shot.
He's also in the cutoff. It's the exact same arrangement. Can't go folding that.
This time, Doc has jacks, which were also a little bit of a part of that last hand.
And if Doc loses to 8-6 back-to-back hands, he is not going to be happy. This is a good start for him, though. Aces up for both players. Jack's working for Doc. And now it's a boat, so not even an 8 can save Bobby. But certainly Bobby not going to be folding.
Yeah,
so
nice card for this pot.
Doc gets the 400 now, and with nearly 1,600 in there and another undercard, he should be able to get good value if he goes for a nice chunky size, 1,100, something like that.
Man.
900 snap call.
There we go.
8-6 does reverse, giving Doc some of his money back insofar as the cards are concerned.
So Hollywood mentioning earlier that he couldn't beat Bobby, so he finally gets one over on him here and hopefully gains a little traction here.
Yeah, it feels good right after getting stacked to win a nice pot and chip up a few thousand. It's like, okay, the night's not totally lost. We're right back in it. We get a little confidence back. Yeah, it's a good bounce back.
Nip button game still in effect. 1, 2, 3, 4. You can see on our cool little graphics, if they have a red dot next to their name, they're still holding their nip button.
Honestly, I still think there are more out than there are that have been removed.
Yeah, not
close. It's like 5
looks
or something.
Looked like Little T still had hers, but she didn't have a red dot. So as I was bragging about the red dots, I think we're off one. But that's okay.
We'll get another top-down view here in a second, but aces are hot.
Scott landing trips this time.
And Doc with the 10 and king of spades. Definitely a spot for him to lose some chips. Yeah, Lil T does indeed have hers as well as
his page is
fill her up, bartender. Doc's going to lead out here on this turn where Scott filled up.
Just one day out of the week I get to be, nothing personal, you know that.
front door flush bricks out. Doc continues to go for medium value here. Does make a lot of sense with his hand in particular. Here comes the raise, and that's not great.
And 80% of us are alcoholics or drug users or something like that.
Good fold, though. Quickly recognizes that he is up against it. Let's go with a king 10.
Up against it. The monster is under the bed for Halloween. Get out of there.
Yeah, you got him out there in front of him. He had a boat. He gets a one.
Looking at the pre-flop razors, JD leading the way at 22% of hands played are raises. Scott bringing up the rear at 7% in the 7th seat.
It's still a boat?
Yeah.
A boat? Oh, no, you gotta play 2 cards.
You do. But it doesn't have to be the winning.
Yep. Pirates are always fun.
Oh, is that a straddle?
Yes, $50 straddle. Sorry.
Lil T 5-4 suited. Limperuski.
Oh, thank you. We're at 275.
Oh, here we go. A little shout out to RJ and Taylor in the chat from Mallory.
I don't know if that's a shout out or instructions.
Both. All right, so the limps will be punished. Z-Fish raises Bobby 3 bets.
Won't let a guy limp no more. Ay, ay, ay.
Oh, I got to show. Somebody else. Why? You can have it. I thought I had Jack.
He's saying put your name on it.
Put your name.
I can't. No.
Yeah, looking forward to the employee live stream coming up in 2 weeks.
And he has to keep that.
And I believe, besides having commentating duties that night, I think I'm on the schedule to deal some of that as well. So you might get a double dose of me. You have to put up with me all night.
Thank you, though. Thank you.
Nice. Looking forward to it.
They say we're not supposed to transfer them. Nobody really.
We're not transferring them. We're selling.
And if that be the case, I will definitely have to follow instruction and come appropriately costumed up.
All right, so Nick game starting to come down closer to the wire. Looks like we've got John, JD, and Lil T. Four players going to look at a flop here. And wow, every board looks the same. Kings and tens galore. John with the top pair, tens on board.
A lot of red cards in our holdings. John going to find a spot here to lead out. Best hand, best draw. Should take her down. Doc says not so fast, my friend.
Yeah, gut shot to Broadway does not materialize, and John gives away his neighbor's knit button for some reason.
Nice, love it. Gotta see it. Oh, nope, nope. JD, come on,
Yeah.
give it. Oh, JD.
JD's like, wait a minute, what are you doing? I didn't lose my knit button. And,
Yeah.
and John's like, oh, wait, I gave yours in.
Of all the brilliant quick wittiness JD's ever had, that was his chance.
Real
Like,
dropped ball.
I'd be saying, thanks, buddy. You keep yours, get rid of mine. Call it good.
I know.
Yeah, fair play.
That's not even fair.
Uh-oh. Doc Hollywood's got aces.
Burbs.
Been running a little turbulent tonight. He's due for one. Let's see if he can turn this one into a chip stacker.
Goes a little bit overboard, though. The 9X open over a single limp. It is going to get called by Z-Fish, but this
Gets
is
a
going
customer.
to be... Oh, and Carlos. Okay, so the 9X is going to get some value as long as he doesn't see a deuce. Or, oh, wow. That is a nasty flop for Carlos.
Uh-oh. And the rivalry will continue here. Carlos landing top and bottom. Doc Hollywood. Top set.
And check raise from Carlos, and Doc is like, yes, please give me the money.
Well,
Yeah.
they've wasted no time.
Carlos is drawing dead. Literally cannot run out 5-5 to make any sort of better hand.
Right there, you can see the cards on this screen.
Just over. You could run it 80,000 times. It will
Turn
never
out
change.
the lights.
Carlos cooler. Doc Hollywood getting a huge influx of chips after dusting off the stack not too long ago, and now it's Carlos who is like, wow, it's a cold deck around here.
What a naughty flop right there. Ace Jack 5. Woo.
No, I thought I'd...
Mallory mentioning that the Halloween stream will have a VPIP Survivor. Bottom 3 will switch to another game. And you get 3 new players. So you got to keep your VPIP up if you want to stay on stream.
Pretty sweet. Love to see it.
Every time I try to keep my VPIP up, I smash through my buy-ins.
Yeah, it can happen.
Really? You see this thing?
If you don't have toys and get to play with them, what's the use of them?
Does John have a portable bill counter?
Yeah, he does. I mean,
That's how rich John is, man.
how do you leave home without it?
$60 look at that.
What the hell is that?
Is that what you do? You go to the club and
I've never seen that before. A pocket bill counter. And he's like, yeah, it's 10K. It looks good.
I mean, if you're going to carry that backpack around, you might as well have a bill counter.
You know you're freaking baller when you got one of those in your pocket.
2 stacks. 2 stacks of black and 2 green.
or he knows there's a lot of people that owe him money, so he's like, you know.
All right, Jack 10-8 misses everybody. Some pretty raggy cards hanging out in here, but Lil T gonna take a stab, and she's gonna get one through.
There we go.
Don't forget to show your hand.
Open-ended with the move up.
Lose?
Nip buttons out of here.
What's he have? What's he have?
All right, JD loses the knit game.
All right, JD picking up where he left off last week. Having some issues with this nip button game.
Am I passing these out?
No, you put them in the middle.
All right, $800 single splash pot here from JD.
Okay, the last $800 splash pot went a little quietly.
Yeah, Lil T just picked it up with a raise over, or a 3-bet. And
See
we'll
if
see
these
how this
cards
one goes down.
see if these cards can fire something up for us. 800 free money in the pot.
You claimed this one in.
Is it right?
We'll double check it.
We're gonna double check it.
This is a splash pad right now.
I know.
You showing 100 or not?
I objection. Yeah.
It's heavy?
I think so.
Thanks for your honesty.
We're calibrating the money card.
All right, the $50 limping strategy is going around, and so far not being challenged. All the way over to Benham.
Benham's got a suited king.
Suited.
It's not gonna fly.
Yeah, 500 to go now. The 10x. Is this enough to push the players out?
Doc likes to see his flops. The suited queen has treated Little T pretty well tonight. Let's see if she wants to splash around with this one.
All right, there we go. Call, and oh no, Bobby runs for the exits with the Jack-8-0.
Taking the train.
3 players looking at a flop. 3 suits represented, and there's some hearts and a 9.
I had 2 of those, so maybe 2 got stuck.
Ah, Benham's got to like that.
Thank you for your honesty.
And yeah, it is middle pair for Doc, but Benham is going to stuff it for 3K here. I don't think you can call with the middle pair backdoor gutter, or a backdoor flush draw working.
Little T over there hanging out with top pair.
Yeah, I think she's got a real opportunity to make the call here. And this is a coin flipper. It is spicy, because this is a big wager. But you flopped top pair. And does Benham always just have like 10s and jacks and whatever? No.
Yeah, spicy enchilada indeed.
Lil T says, give me a count. Let's
How much?
find out exactly what the damage is. And how many times have you seen this, right? Like there's some big straddle or something, and then somebody just like rips it for a big overbet. And you're like, okay, you can have a good hand, but you also cannot, because why would you bet so big, right? This is one of those situations where the bet just doesn't quite match the story. Unless you have exactly like pocket 10s, like 2 black 10s, 2 black jacks, okay, yeah, maybe you just stuff it here and are like, get out of my pot. But otherwise, don't you want to get some value?
Yeah, so all in all, he has, what, stuffed about 3K in there?
It's even more. Wow, 40.
Wow,
43.
43.
Okay. This is a
Hello.
2x overbet.
Gosh, into a pot of, what was that, about 1,700?
Yeah, this is, I mean, we're talking 2.5x overbet. This is massive. So Lil T here needs a second. She's like top pair queen kicker. Don't have a heart. This is for all of her chips, though. She's worked hard to not only sort of bounce back from the beatdown that she took early. No, she's got like 6K here. Never mind. Her stack is not correct, but she's got, call it 6,500 plus. This is for 2/3 of that. Not an easy call here. I mean, if she saw Benham turn his cards over, she'd be like, okay, I'm ahead. But wait a minute. Like, what are the equities here, right? I mean.
Yeah. You can see the equities there, almost in a race situation. She wants to do it. Let's go.
There
She's
it is.
making the call.
Lil T with the lead, but for a lot of her chips. And Benham hoping to find a king or a heart to improve.
Heart,
And
right. No waiting on the
drills it
turn.
immediately.
And a heart again for the scoop.
Oh, Benham gets there twice,
Wow.
and Lil T is going to take some serious damage. She did make the correct call, but does not get the runouts that she wanted.
Ay, ay, ay.
And we did see she had something like 6,500 plus, so 4,300 going to go over to Venom. She will still have chips to play with, but she's going to have to do another spin up.
Woo! Well, there's the chaos from the splash pot, the $800 splash pot. Definitely creating a hot mess for us. Venom takes down a big one. JD adding on. It's always nice to win a juicy pot and see your opponent's add-on. Like, that's kind of like when you walk in the room and they tell you there's a seat open.
Yeah, right. You're like, oh, does that make me feel good? I'm not sure.
Teed up, Mr. Lugnuts checking in to the TCH chat. Appreciate you swinging by. What's up, buddy?
Dusty Holdings over and around to Bobby in the small blind. It does go for the smallish squeeze, 3-bet to 500. But these limped hands or raised hands, whatever we had here, just a little bit too dusty. Never mind, Lil T is going for it, whether she has the blackjack 7-4 or otherwise. She is all in.
There we go, looking for that 37% equity and has it. Cards are live.
And we're doing it once or twice?
Her favorite hand. 7-4.
Rocking that 74 Cutlass right here. Oh. Oh. No help. Oh.
Bricks down the line. Lil T down to the felt here after doubling up Venom. Bobby's going to get the rest of it. She is going back to the bag, though, so it looks like she is not a one-and-doneer here.
Last couple of times I got it in, that's the way it ran out for me. Couldn't hit water if I fell out of a boat, and time to rebuy.
He can use that fancy counter down there because I don't have.
So Trisha going to come back in for another 5K. That is going to get her chipped back up to a spot where, you know, a little double Rooski could get her unstuck. Doc down a little over 2 buy-ins. Carlos down 2. And Bobby and JD down a little bit as well. Everyone else is up. John over here playing banker from Monopoly, running bills through the counter.
Can you get a bill counter through the airport?
I presume so.
Yeah, I would assume so as well. Might catch the attention of some folks, but.
All right, a couple of jacks here for Venom. Puts in the 3-piece. Doc calls. JD here gets to close the action for 300 with King 10 suited. Makes the call. 3 players, 2 a flop. And what a flop it is. Top
Royalty.
pair up and down for JD, but bottom set for Venom and a gutty for Doc.
Let's go. Set versus pairs versus gutties. Jazz coming in tonight, getting this game out of the muck, firing it up. Love to see it.
Once again, JD closes the action and now picks up a club draw on the turn. Doc also has the ace of clubs if he ever thought about sticking around to rep some backdoor clubs.
Little
Venom
cinnamon
here
on
is
that
like,
spice.
Yeah, he's like, I better go big now, because if you guys actually have something to stick around, I need to charge you all right now. Doc is out of there for 1,300. JD, though, now in a bit of a spot. This is over half pot into two opponents. He will make the call. Heads up to a river we go. I need an ace, a 9, or a club. And there it is. JD runs pure.
Benham looking at that card as if he knows something silly just happened. Checks it.
Yeah, that is sort of one of the things that could have happened here, right? I mean, JD just called pre-flop, so probably doesn't have ace-queen of clubs. Certainly not ace-king of clubs. But you can imagine the king-10 and the queen-10 of clubs sticking around. Maybe even king-9 or queen-9 of clubs after the flop bet and the turn, picking up the club equity with the gutty. So several combinations of bad club
JD
holding.
going for max value here. He has ripped it. All
Benham
in.
hates it.
Time to see Benham with the chair squirm.
Because he calls all like reasonable bets. Anything pot and below is just a like, yeah, all right, I've got a set. I'll pay you off. Now it's like, okay.
Think these two guys know each other a little bit? Benham checking this river. JD going for every bit of it. Nasty.
Benham in pretty good spirits, though, given the fact that he is being put to the test for a lot of money. What bluffs here, though? Bet, call, flop. Bet, call, turn. Check, jam over, bet, river.
Right? I mean, do you
Folds
ever...
the set of jacks. Benham is amazing.
On point. Lets it go. Nice hand. Well played by both of them. Especially Benham getting away from that. Saving about $8,000. No big deal.
Yeah, and he's still positive. I mean, he's up 3,300 here, buying in for 5K, spinning it up, and dodging the all-in river bet there.
Don't let him
with a
see
hand
you
that a
sweat.
lot of players are just going to shrug call off.
Yeah, right?
I didn't scan that one on purpose. I didn't scan that.
Yeah, and really not many hands bluffed there. Even if you have like king 10 off with the king of clubs, could you pull off a bluff like that? Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty spicy. And it's very specific, right? We're talking like one combo. Whenever,
Right.
And you look at like the king 10, queen 10, king 9, queen 9 of clubs that are like the sort of reasonable value hands. And yeah, it's like there's just way more value than there is this, you know, one weird bluff combo that probably doesn't even always bluff.
We got a lot of customers on this hand. 9-3 deuce. That's top set for little T. Doc holding the over pair of jacks.
Yeah, this could be good for Trisha, bad for Doc.
Right back to the action. Carlos got a little gutter in there.
Nearly full pot here from Lil T. Carlos is sticking around. Pair and
He's
a
got
gutty.
a pair with his gutter now. Doc says something's up. I'm out of here.
Wow, incredible fold from Doc, and no improvement for the 6-4. Lil T keeps it cheap. Look at that, 1,000 for under quarter pot. This is a little tickle if I've ever seen one.
Yeah.
Little tickle here from Lil T.
I like it. She went heavy out the gate, slows down on the river here, trying to get that lunch money.
Oh, she gets Carlos to bite with the check raise.
I was very well aware that the 10 could have made a straight, but I said fuck it at that point. Once you say fuck it, you gotta make the call.
It's true. That's a rule.
Oh. Carlos, the ill-timed river check raise, gets snapped off by Lil T with the top set on the flop. Nice cash infusion for Trisha. Let's go.
This lap of the button has been amazing. Chaos everywhere. Love it.
Help us out there on YouTube. If you guys are watching on that streaming service, hit the like button. Help us push this out to more folks so they can see the incredible poker that we're watching here tonight. I'm going to take one more swing at the gambles. I've been getting burgled here tonight, so I'm going to up the ante a little. Let's go for 2K.
There we go. Bump it up.
I'm not betting for you this time, okay? Damn it.
Oh, man, it's bricks down the line for me tonight, man.
Bricked again?
Yeah, real bad.
They got you.
They got me. My live points, no.
We got a bunch of people seeing this flop, seeing this turn. Bunch of gutter balls out there. John's got the best of it. Queen Jack.
I can't. No.
And when everybody's got gutter balls, of course the river pairs the board.
Doc, though, with a 7. So he's got the trips. Gonna take a shot at this. John lets go of the top pair jack kicker like it's nothing. It was a big bet into the field, so 600 there was a pretty chunky size. Let go of the queen jack there does make some sense. And almost lucky there to have so many players behind. You just kind of let it go and not worry too much about it. We have seen some really good folds. You know, I mean, some of the time, you know, the biggest sort of exclamation points on the night are, you know, oh, someone made a huge call or just big hands crashing into each other or whatever. But tonight we have seen some really pretty spectacular folds coming in, and really with not that much thought either. I mean, we just had Benham moments ago folding flopped a set of jacks. It wasn't overbet, it was on the river, but so many players just gonna put that money in. Lil T here gets a little tricky and limps under the gun with aces, gets some more limps around, and we go 5 ways to a flop. Doc flops a flush draw. John top pair and a gut shot. And Lil T, after limping from UTG, gonna lead out for 200.
JD was a nice person, I can tell you.
Yeah. Confess, JD.
No soul read this time for John. Makes the call, as does Doc. 3 players to a turn. Another jack. No improvement for anyone. So Lil T still in best shape.
I'm allowed to have it sometimes.
So obvious.
Huh?
So obvious.
You guys seem to have it always.
400 now on this turn. Doc continues, as does John. All 3 players will see a river.
Keep waiting, buddies. Keep waiting.
Cold-blooded, JD.
And it's a 5 of diamonds, so aces are going to hold. She bets again, 800 now. And John, I mean, yeah, this looks pretty rough, but top pair, queen kicker. What the hell do you lose to? Ace, king, aces. Pocket nines. The other hands don't make a ton of sense. See if John can find the hero fold correctly once again here. I mean, he doesn't love it. You can tell. It's like you're betting into multiple opponents. This board has gotten more and more connected. And what are you, just like YOLOing here? With ace 10? And that's the sort of bluff that he needs her to have. And she really hasn't defined herself as the sort of player that just barrels with ace 10 into 2 opponents. Does make the call though, and gets shown the birds.
Thank you. JD failed pre-flop.
I failed?
Yeah.
Oh, I forgot.
I looked in and nobody raised that shit out.
I'm sorry. You need me to have some bullshit.
He's undefeatable.
You need me to have some bullshit.
I know the only reason you didn't raise that is because he didn't call.
Yeah.
No, I should have. Oh my bad.
See, if I go 50 and you go 50.
Yeah, I would have made it 250. And then you would have made it.
Then I would have made 1,000.
You would have made
Lil
it
T
1,000.
trying to work off of the
You
dynamic
would've
between
made it
Z-Fish
4,000. He would've
and
called.
JD.
But like Bobby says, you gotta bet your own hand, and I didn't.
Yeah, you did okay.
Well, I was counting on JD.
I had pocket 3s. I was just like, let's just see a flop. Let's just try to flop quads there.
Aces, jacks now.
Johnson, just stack our money.
Yeah.
Slowing down just a bit.
Well, she doesn't have to limp this time under the gun, though. She can just wait for it to come back to her in the big blind. Or wait. Oh, no, she didn't straddle. My bad. She did limp.
No.
Okay. Limps aces, limps jacks. Once again. Wait a minute. What happened?
Maybe they let her straddle late there.
Okay.
Or no,
Yeah.
somebody raised. It says she 3-bet, so somebody raised. Oh, pretty good flop for a 3-bet. Ace, jack, deuce, middle set.
Yeah, it feels pretty good. Doc is sticking around. Has a lot of chips and an opportunity to drill a gutty. Doesn't get there. And Carlos does not have a hand, so he's out of there. It is real thin pickings here for Doc. But 800 goes in on the turn, and 5 of clubs completes the board. So one liner to the wheel, but really kind of tough to imagine anybody having a 4 at this point, unless they actually just already have a flush.
All night.
Jacks again?
That's
Yeah.
connectivity
God, on
issues.
fire.
And Lil T, yeah, is on fire, chipping up to nearly 15K.
Oh yeah.
Well, but
Chipping up.
You gotta sacrifice the body.
Had to rebuy a few moments ago. Now she's just taking off.
Stand over there all night, just chilling. I
love the table talk between the players.
Rent free.
JD letting her know that she might have been sandbagging a little bit on these guys.
He's been over there for 15 minutes.
Now she's going to get
He's
him.
been over there for fucking the whole orbit. The whole orbit.
did he had a good ace 10? He's flopped a straight?
No, he rivered the flop.
I figured he had ace 10 of clubs and then went runner club.
Allegedly.
King 10 of hearts.
Okay, I see.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense.
I didn't see.
Suited ace on the button. That's my favorite.
One time in your life, man, like, you always have to go like that.
Hey, I didn't have the nuts.
Oh, some other hearts out there. That's a pretty good flop for 9-4. Z-Fish will check it.
But it's a better flop for King 4.
I know, but
Oh,
T
my
here.
goodness. They're both in the hand.
I didn't know I had.
Let's turn it up.
Yeah, Lil T already on a solid heater in just the last few hands, and now out-flopping Z-Fish on what is a board that they almost always have the nuts.
Z-Fish almost took a double take there as
John actually has the best hand now. We got a wheel out there.
Made the 3-second snap.
What is going on here?
Z-Fish kind of did a double take when Little T called John's bet on the flop. And now he's still just calling.
Look at JD's face. He's like, what the hell is this?
Looks like that bet might have been 400.
Oh, wow.
Ace of spades.
Yeah, backdoor spades
It's
and
gonna
a
scare
one-liner
everybody.
to the wheel. It is going to be a little bit tougher, but still, how does somebody have a deuce or backdoor spades? Yeah, Z-Fish is still betting for value here,
Nasty.
but it's a little bit questionable. John, what is John just like sticking around with over there, right? Like, I don't know. I understand wanting to bet. And maybe 1,000 is the right size, 2/3. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong, but it feels like maybe a spot to block a little bit with the 9-4. Not sure you can get paid for 2/3 by a hand that you beat.
Yeah, not many hands can pay you here that are worse than the 9-4. And he's actually running in 3rd place with these particular holdings.
He gets away from it, my goodness.
I folded a 4 as well. Because you were the straddle. I was the big blind, so I was like.
Wow, Lil T gets away from that.
Actually put you on a deuce.
With the
Yeah, that's
4 flop.
And we all just limped in, you know.
Yeah, that river able to make it where T could get away from it.
What a bunch of hands we are seeing here tonight. The big folds just keep coming, and they keep being correct. I mean, we had one time earlier where Doc folded the flopped top and bottom pair to JD's turned top, where JD was going for thin value and actually just managed to like barrel through a bluff that he didn't know he was barreling. And that was like the one big fold that we saw that wasn't really correct. The rest of these have just been bang on.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, Benham folding the set of jacks to JD's runner flush. Backdoor flush, JD folded it. Top set, or I guess he flopped, I think it was bottom set, right? His jacks were bottom set on that board, king, queen, jack?
Yeah.
Jack Trizzle.
Yeah, the top pair no kicker versus the 3 to a straight flush gut shot. No improvement for the 8-7 of spades here. But Doc needs to see that river card, and it is not what he's looking for.
Jack.
Double pairs the board with them raggedy cards. Pretty good deal for the jack. Take it down.
Absolutely. All right, let's do a little accounting here. Z-Fish up 15K, in for 1 buy-in and up 3 in the positive. John up over a buy-in. Lil T was in for 10K, and she has spun it up here nicely, up a buy-in. And the rest of those numbers you can see on screen. Carlos stuck the most here, down 15. And Doc not too far behind or ahead, however you want to talk about that, just about 15 down as well.
Oh, yeah, you gotta.
All right, JD's going to raise it up with ace jack in the cutoff. Right behind him on the button, also an ace-jack.
The limpers are going to call as well, so 4 players look at this board. Nobody connecting the pair of 5s. The 4s on board are still best. And after JD bets, 2 opponents continue. Pocket 5 still best. JD says, all right, ace-jack, not worth value betting any longer. These guys almost certainly have something that beats that and are not going to continue with worse. So check, check, check. And Carlos get to show down the 5s and win. And with that, it's going to bring us up to the 10 o'clock Central Time hour, which means it's about time for me to get out of here and let you command this ship for the rest of the way, Mr. RJ.
Okay, sounds like a deal. You're rolling up out of here on the check hand.
That's right. I know. You know, I wish there could have been a little bit more fireworks there. You know, maybe this one will be better.
That's all right. Yeah, this last hour's been pretty good. So
that is the truth. Well, maybe this hand will bring us something for me to go out on out betting with. But I think this will be the last one. I am gonna go home, get myself some rest, and be ready to roll.
That's right.
100K guaranteed tournament. Event number 1 kicking off here at TCH Social in Austin tomorrow, 2 p.m. Late reg open for about 4.5 hours. So come on down, TCH Social in Austin. Join me in event number 1, 100K guaranteed kickoff at 2 p.m. $360 buy-in. You can find all of the information on the website, TexasCardHouse.com, or on Poker Atlas.
More than most.
That's right. You must go home and get some good rest and get prepared to stack some chippies tomorrow.
That's right. Gonna take down the opening event, start myself off at the top of the points leaderboard in the running for that Chevy Trailblazer.
Indeed. Make a run at that. That'd be pretty sweet.
Well, we got a pretty dusty start here to the big banger to send me out the door here. As Doc is just going to let that go. The 6 high wins for Z-Fish, and before I see any more 6 highs winning pots, I'm going to just go ahead and head out.
All right, buddy.
All right, take care. Good night to everybody who is tuned in, watching this evening. I'll look forward to seeing you all next week. Don't forget, we got the live stream. Poker and Politics are all in together with State Attorney General Ken Paxton, and as well as many others. Look forward to seeing you all then. Take care, everybody. Good night.
Good night. Ladies and gentlemen, the real Aaron McAvoy, the legend himself, signing off. We'll cut him a little slack for leaving us early, but that's all right. Actually, it's right on time. I messed up because this is usually when I show up. But since they've had me here for the all-nighter, I'm all out of sorts. All right, let's see what's happening in this one. Got ace-king in this. King 7-5, king 10 versus ace-king. We could see some damage. Doc checks his big ace-king. Playing very trappy over there in the straddle position, I believe. All right, we've still got an hour to go in this stream coming at you from Texas Card House Dallas. Still got a lot of chips on this table. Really picked up here in the last hour, so
some people just can't stand to see JD.
This thing's still putting on some quality entertainment.
JD's not winning.
Monster pots, lively cards.
JD is not up.
As a matter of fact, Z-Fish is going to raise this one up with his gut shot.
No, it's okay. It's deceiving. It's deceptive.
I think.
Deceptive.
Yeah, he did indeed raise it up. So, little T Open it up with her bet of 400. Z-Fish raises with his gutter ball. Doc Hollywood will have none of it. He's got ace-king. He's trapping over there for a reason. Now he's going to 3-bet up to 2,200. How do these guys know? Little T said something's going on here. I'm out of here. Takes the train. She's in the muck.
Crush your money machine.
You're running out.
Z-Fish has a feeling it's coming. Wants to see the turn and river. Doc Hollywood doesn't mind. I don't get to see it myself, which is kind of disappointing. All right, these guys are quieting down a little bit on their speech as Scott has taken off. He's out of here for the evening. Thanks for swinging by. Calling station, loose aggressive. Look at that. Beautiful graph chart. I have no idea what it means. All of our players were above the line except for Scott. I didn't notice that. It was a beautiful chart. All right, JD raises it up.
Heads up.
Ace, king in early position. He finds 1, 2, 3, 4 customers. We're going to the flop 5 ways. Spread out and rainbow. Queen 9-4. Carlos lands top pair. Bobby with middle pair. And that's about it. Little T will stick around with her gut shot. She needs a jack. 3 of clubs. That card on its best behavior. No help to anyone. Still nearly 200 viewers on all of our TCH live platforms. Kick, Twitch, YouTube, the X, the Facebook. Everybody checking in tonight. We appreciate all of you. Make sure you're clicking like, smashing subscribe. Deuce of clubs on this river. No help for anyone. Bobby waving the Texas flies out in front of his face. Also disappointed that his hand never got any better. Carlos makes a $1,000 bet on this river, and he gets the call. Nice value for Carlos. He will take it down. Wins about 2,600 in that pot.
That's it.
Did we get to 100 likes? We haven't been to 100 likes in a little while. And it's kind of making me sad. It kind of makes Streamlabs sad. Look at this. Largest pots of the night, hand 77. Yeah, I remember that one. That one went to Z-Fish in a naughty fashion. Hand 69, also a big one for Z-Fish. Awesome, I love that. How cool is that chart? I remember hand 77. I had that one written down in my notes as a highlight hand, so that one definitely caught my attention. Jack 10-8 on this flop. Set of 10s for Carlos. Doc Hollywood, top pair and a gutter ball. Carlos on the button with his set of 10s. That's 400. Oh my goodness, Quadzilla here on the turn for Carlos. What do you do with 4 10s? You check it. Queen on the river, so Doc Hollywood has top 2, but it's an ugly board. It is going to cost him at least 1,000. He'll lead out for 1,000 here into the quads of Carlos. Now what do you do with 4 10s? You raise it. And kind of an ugly spot here for Doc. The board is just pretty gross for top 2. And he does find the fold button. Hands in the muck. And it makes Carlos sad. Ooh, nice pot though, quads are up. And it gets a woo from the table. That was awesome.
You have a high hand every hour, October 24th.
There you go, Carlos gets a ticket for that. Carlos in the promotion, the happy birthday promotion. Pull that up real quick. Those quads good enough for one of these tickets, the anniversary tickets. October 24th, the 4th birthday, the 4th anniversary for Texas Card House Dallas from 4 p.m. to midnight. They'll be running drawings of those little tickets that they've been running all throughout the month. Carlos' name now in the drawing. So they'll be drawing those tickets on the hour, every hour. $1,000 for the winner. That's about at least 8 winners for $1,000. Be here October 24th. A lot of special events, drinks, prizes, maybe some grub, whatever. The place is going to be packed, action-filled, so you want to be here just for that anyway. Texas Card House Dallas, the date for that, October 24th. Back to action. Benham's got the best of it here with his 7-5. He's got a pair and a gutter ball. John's got, John actually had nutter gutter and the best club. Didn't want to mess with it. Check, check. We'll have a showdown competition of rags. 7 beats to 4. On to the next one.
Trying to get a read on him.
Come get it, baby. Come get it.
Let's play big one, Z-Fish. Let's play a big one. Being even's no fun, you know? Win big, lose big. One of the two.
Hand 99 on the evening.
That's the way to do it.
Just about ready to hit that century mark for the stream tonight. These players have been going at it here for a little over 4 hours now. Chump change for a cash game. King, Jack, Deuce, we've got the holdings. Jack 8, 9, 5, Ace, Queen. Big flop for Benham here. He's got nutter gutter and the nut flush draw. Not a ton of holdings out there, but Little T does have middle pair with her Jack 8.
Yeah, what?
And now the equity on that Jack 8 going all the way up to 53%. Still a bit of a race.
I was toying with just min raise.
Ace, Queen, 10 or spade. 9 of hearts on the river. No help for Benham.
On purpose because that's where I bluffed her at.
See if we play it out. Check, check.
And then come over the top.
Little T will take it down.
The JD smiles. See, look, see. Look at that.
In the corner I'm supposed to be.
And then I get kicked out. Huh?
Don't worry, Carlos. Give me his hand. I'll check raise you.
Okay.
Back to action. Let's see what we got. Benham's got kings. He knows what to do with that. He's going to raise it up. 150 to go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 players in this pot. He was out of position with those kings. Get a lot of customers. King 10 for little T. She leads out. Benham just calls, bringing in Carlos and Doc Hollywood. Carlos has ace 10. Hollywood on the bottom pair. Kings are still best. 4 players now. Little T checks. Expect a pretty juicy bet here from Benham, and he does open it up. 800 now. So not necessarily pedal to the metal, but he does bet 800 bucks. 5, 6, still just bottom pair for Doc here. Not a lot working. He will take the train. Little T with her king 10. Nice lay down for her. She doesn't want to mess with it. Benham going to bet 1,000 here into this pot of 3,500. That's going to get a call. Carlos will not like this news. Flopping top for Carlos, and it's no good. Having to play those kings multi-way, out of position, against 4 other opponents. We, they say. We. All right, we've made it past the century mark. We're at hand 101 now. King deuce tray, that's top pair for Benham. Raggedy old kicker. Raggedy old flop here. Not a lot of connections other than Benham. 6 of hearts on the turn. That gives Hollywood a pair. Benham now leads out here on the turn with his king. Finds a customer. Goes to showdown. Benham shows the king. He'll take it down. He's on a little bit of a run, but some of these pots are kind of small. He'll take them, though. He will take them. There's a look at our player stacks. Z-Fish still up over more than 13,000. Benham up. He's grinded his way up to nearly a 7K profit. John up about a buy-in. Little T up 3,500. JD, he's up a 1983 truck payment. Bobby, Carlos, Doc Hollywood holding down the negatives.
It's important. Doc's the doctor.
All right, Z-Fish has got a pair and a button, so he'll bump it up. Makes it 275. That pair's a monster in ducks. Carlos, he is in the straddle position with pocket nines. Could this get interesting? Ace, queen, nine, big old flop, bottom set for Carlos. Doc Hollywood going to land 2 pair here. This is going to be a hot mess for him. Bobby hanging around with his gut shot. Turns out it's a 3 of hearts. Carlos checking those cards again, making sure he's got a set of nines. He's going to lead out on this turn pretty heavy here. Goes for 1,500. Doc, still with his 2 pair, he's raised it up.
Honestly, it feels like a slow Tuesday.
So he will min click it up to 3K. These two have battled it out before.
Once or twice.
Carlos rips it here. He will have none of that min click business. He's all in. They're going to run it a couple times, I believe. King of hearts, no help. Got to have a queen or a 9 and finds a queen. Oh, yeah. A gnarly river on the second run out. Carlos left shaking his head. He has to split this pot with the queen 9 of Doc Hollywood. Doc needing a queen, finds a queen to save half that pot. Whoa.
He fixed it. That's what
I'm not fixing that tonight. I am not. I told my grandson, don't go in there. 30 minutes.
We have seen some
Don't go in there. Don't go in there. Grandpa
spicy enchiladas on these second runouts. Bit him earlier. Got it in for heaps with a flush draw. He ran it twice and he binked them both.
Skin your hand, Benham.
Not many queens to choose from there for Doc Hollywood, but he finds one.
Sometimes not so much. I mean, this started out with the
Good timing for him.
And then I just said,
Carlos
oh, the hell with it. I'm just going to
still left.
replace everything. And then it just kind of went downhill now.
Looking to the sky a bit. Benham's a good guy. He'll console you a little bit there from the 4 seat. JD finds an 8 on this river. He fills up with his pocket 8s. Doc Hollywood holding a bunch of nothing. Hollywood checking his cards again. Shows a little bit of nothing. We get to see the cards and we know that that was an entire bucket of nothing, but that's okay. JD takes down the pot. We're off to hand 104. All right, we're not done gambling. JD's got ace-jack. Poker playing. JD has ace-jack. He'll raise it up 75. Ace-9-9. No 9s in the group. Pretty good flop for JD. He's holding a bunch of that equity. Aggression frequency running mostly in the 20s tonight. A couple below. And we've seen a few players see a lot of flops, but it hasn't been insanely aggressive tonight. A couple of decent amount of frequency on the 3 bets and not a lot of frequency on the 4 bets tonight. But we're definitely seeing our flops and
almost hate money.
Creating pots. Still a lot of chips on this table. JD got about 22,000 in his stack. Ace, Jack, Deuce, it's all hearts. Not a heart in the bunch. Ace-8 gonna have the best of it. That's JD. He'll even bet $100. Bobby turned to queen. He'll see another card.
Ace.
Check, check. Showdown we go.
Of course you do.
River puts 47 hearts out there. Nobody has one.
So you think I'd bet a bad hand? No, that's not me. Oh, I only bet good hands.
There you go. You heard it here, folks. JD himself saying he only bets good hands.
What's going on? I mean, I gotta bet the river. Ah, he calling.
Yeah, I'm not calling. I'm raising.
Oh, yeah.
I'm raising. Bobby, it doesn't matter what you do, you're losing that hand, all right?
I don't believe this, man.
Bobby, it doesn't matter what you do, you're losing that hand regardless. All right? Come on.
I doubt it now.
You would have insta-folded. Okay.
Wait, I'm trying to make this last for my one last beer, and then
I know, that's what I'm saying.
Hey, Bobby, don't believe
I know exactly what you're last in the last beer. I know where you're at.
Gotta love the last beer needling session. Shoo, we still got 30, 40 minutes to go here. These guys gonna spice it up, I promise you.
That's the right cards.
Ace, ace, 8-8.
They think it's
out there on the board. Comes in handy for Doc because he played 8 deuce. JD with the Jack Link's mystery hand. We have no idea what he has. Not sure what you check 47 times here, but he'll throw it in the muck, whatever it is. Because Doc Hollywood bets about $3K into that $600 pot.
Like Tina, right?
Oh, that's my best friend's name, and I thought, oh, that's, do you know Tina? It's Trisha.
Trisha.
But did you see my eyes get big? I was like, how the fuck does he know Tina?
I thought you were getting
Player stacks across the bottom of the screen.
Sorry,
JD now up about $1,000.
Kind of strange.
Bobby, Carlos, Hollywood. Still battling it out over there, trying to get above the Mendoza line.
And they get on a little mini video.
Oh, yeah.
Doc Hollywood playing a lot of flops over there. He's definitely trying to get out from under that zero.
It can happen.
5 players to the flop. Limp City. King, 10-10, 2 hearts. What we got here? Bobby, he's got a 10. 6 of spades. Bobby's still going to hold the best of it. Frankly, not a lot else out there. Hollywood picked up a tiny hint of equity with his gut shot. Only an 8 will change it. Let's see, is he fish? Drawn dead. Oh, drawn dead, might have got there as a 6 hits the river. That's going to help Z fish, but not enough to win the pot. Bobby bets 400. Z fish with his bottom boat wants to see Bobby stack.
You want it? Take it. No, it's not even 15. I threw some greens in there.
And Z fish falls forward. He's going to raise. Bobby said, I dare you to raise me. You want it? Take it. Raise me.
Hello, Tina. Let's
Now
go.
it's pay me.
I mean, talk to Tina dirty a little bit, you know, whatever.
Nice hand.
Wow. Nice hand as Z-Fish pays that bet. Paid that man his money.
He looks fragile, but he's pretty tough.
I can't remember
Bobby
my
made
real
it to the
name.
last
He's got
beer.
my gangster name down. My street name.
Street, that's right, because you got street cred.
No, it's your rap hand.
Yeah.
That's right. Gangster rap.
We got gangster names, street names, stripper names. We got all kinds of names here at the table tonight. Next up on the stage, we got Jay Diggles. Deuces versus 10-3 versus ace-8. Oh my, we got an ace and a deuce. Duck, duck, deuce for Bobby. Hey, what little T has been really good in this position where she'll land a medium top pair holding and somebody else has her
What's up, Carlos?
has her roughed up here. We got a 10 of clubs on the turn. That's the reason little T's sticking around. She has that ace of clubs. 10 of hearts on the river, so that's going to fill up.
That's what always makes me feel better when
Duck, duck, deuce, Bobby.
when I run it twice and say maybe on the second.
$400 bet from little T.
Yeah, in this game, but it easily
And
could
Bobby will raise it.
No, fuck that. Run it once. No.
So now that puts little T to the test with her
You're supposed to run it once. That's what they say.
ace and medium kicker.
That's what Randy says.
Let's go.
She wants to see it. She makes the call. Bobby shows it.
The richest guy run it once.
Bottom
Two for
boat
2,
turns in.
Let's go, gangster.
Bottom boat good.
That's all I had.
Turns into a $3,900 pot.
And at this point, I'm just.
It literally doesn't change.
Texas Card House Dallas live stream coming at you the big game on Tuesday night.
And then you just put your name, right?
Bobby's going to get him a ticket for the drawings coming up on October 24th. Also tonight we had the $300 black chip bounty tournament. Last night was the final table of the $400,000 birthday bounty anniversary tournament. It was exciting, held right here on TCH Live. You can check that out if you need to. A couple of different $40,000 winners in that tournament just for a $400 buy-in. Tonight's a $300 bounty here at Texas Card House Dallas. Brought in a field of about 60 players. Top prize was a little over $3K in addition to the $100 bounties. That is held every Tuesday night. Come splash around in a exciting bounty tournament right here at Texas Card House Dallas.
Everybody gets a swing.
All right, King 10 versus King 10.
No, I'm
There's
just
7-5 out there. That's going to land.
Yeah.
7-5 lands middle pair, while King 10 versus King 10 both have top pair. We're going to see Z-Fish and Little T battle it out, and Doc Hollywood might stick around.
I was smart because he checked his shit before he left. I would have never won 3. I mean, we paid 5-10, I think.
8 of diamonds.
And the guy next to him, we told him, say nothing. I picked the whole stack. I got a kid.
That checks around. Queen of diamonds on the river.
He said, hell no, man. He told her pit.
Z-Fish checks.
That's not the first time he's done it.
So that checks around as well. We'll go to showdown. Z-Fish will show Little T that he could tie it. Can't beat it, but he can tie it. Chop, chop it is.
I mean, in front of the whole table. Well, and yeah, well, I mean that they don't watch that. They don't watch poker.
But they can run the same back.
Yeah, if somebody alerts them. Yeah, and they did, and they saw them. But if they don't alert them, they don't watch poker. They watch blackjack where they're in the house, but they don't watch poker. Right. So they told him, the guy was from Germany, he said, you know, you could come back, but, you know, I mean, you could prosecute, but you're going to have to come back and see the court.
All right, straddles up. Let's see if we can get Carlos or Doc going here in the last 30 minutes or so of the stream.
Think about.
Take off your shirt. Go on. Tell me I got a pretty mouth. Tell me I got a pretty mouth.
All right, Doc Hollywood's got pocket nines. I believe he's in the straddle position, though.
You think you're the trust tree in the middle?
No, he actually limped, it looks like. I think he limped to 50. JD will raise it up with ace-queen. 200 to go now. Z-Fish, he's suited and connected.
Big fold. I'm sorry, I screamed.
He's dangerous with these steel wheel draws. He's going to 3-bet to 900. We are not done gambling yet. This game is not in the muck. 900 to go with the 3-bet. Doc Hollywood just calls, catching the attention of JD here. He's got ace-queen and doesn't even want to play it. Heck with this hand. I'm out of here.
Yay.
All right, so we're going to be heads up. Pocket nines versus deuce 5 of spades. About 2K out there. A little over, 22.85. Shoot that shot like 2K. Deuce 5 has the wheel draw gut shot, and he's going to represent that ace. Hollywood's not a believer just yet. He's got a pocket nines. He doesn't want to go anywhere. 3 of hearts. Deuce 5. Say it ain't so. Bingo, bango on the turn. That is a wheel for Z-Fish. That's how you do it. This game's easy. All right, he puts a hefty bet in here, 2,500, and that is enough.
Oh.
Enough for Doc Hollywood to take the train. They're all talking about good hands over there.
Maybe.
They don't even know.
See it on stream, bro. Just let me know.
They don't know.
I have to wait for you in the parking lot.
Z-Fish will bring the heat, man. You'll see it on stream later.
Right, Carlos?
Or in the bathroom with a stack.
You don't even know the wizardry comes at you with that 1983 Z-Fish shirt.
Okay, maybe I don't want to
Love
come
it.
out to Murphy or wherever the hell it is. It's a little too isolated.
It's much like space. They can't hear you scream.
All right, let's see what hand number 111 has in store for us. Don't forget to burn. Yeah, dealing on this table is very awkward. It is very, very different than any other table you will deal on. Of course, it's fancy, and we love it. But it is awkward for the dealers. It takes a little while to get used to it, and if you ever get used to it. Ten, 3, 3 the flop here. We got a couple of players holding a 10. John's one of them, but his kicker stinks and thinks about it and doesn't want to mess with it. Hollywood will make the call. Queen of clubs. That'll get a check.
I look familiar, but I'm kind of like.
Say, where's my button? Where's my button? Your knit button.
Oh, yeah.
There you go. Player stacks across the bottom. Z-Fish, Benham John still holding strong. Little T up nearly 2K. JD has climbed his way up to a 2024 truck payment now. Bobby down a 2003 truck payment. Carlos Doc still trying to get it going.
I don't remember you otherwise, Bobby. You know?
Z-Fish in the hijack with ace-jack. That's a raise.
Oh, yeah.
He's going to 3-bet here to 275. John led out with a raise. Oh, we got action in the small blind, folks. Carlos, 2 red kings, and he's just going to bomb this pot. Oh, my gosh. Carlos bombs it with kings and sitting right behind him, Doc Hollywood, with the aces. The 2 players below 0 here tonight. They're both trying to get out of it. Doc has 5-bet now to 4,000. Oh, my goodness.
I do.
Carlos,
Yes,
he's all in, throws in a chip. Doc Hollywood, he beats him in the pot. Let's do it. Aces versus kings.
Wow.
What a hot mess. All right, we're going to go to a flop. Aces versus kings, deuce 4-10. No help for Carlos. Let's run another one. 9-9-9.
Oh.
King ball. Oh my gosh. These second runouts have been just wicked tonight. Wicked.
That's only with you.
Finding these 2-outers left and right on these bottom cards. This time a friend of Carlos, as he needed it. These 2 exchanged a similar acquaintance earlier when Hollywood needed it. Found it. Yay.
I thought we king too,
Fucking variance. All y'all kiss my ass.
I'm going to run it one time from now on. I'm going to run it one time from now on.
What just happened? I'm not going to
running it twice. Fuck that.
Against
That's why he said when you went to the bathroom, Doc. Fuck it. I should run it one time.
Is this man bitter all the time?
Actually, I think it's because of her.
Yeah, she's the best.
He was winning nothing, so Jazz said
Yeah, of course.
running real bad.
Players now mentioning that they're both tilted after that hand. The silliness that ensues.
I had quad 10s, and he had top 2.
Yeah.
Where was the action? I think you min-raised that. He might go over the top.
I mean, you min-raised.
Both players running a little stuck tonight, trying to get out of it. Run it twice. Chop, chop. Monster pot. Ay. Nobody gets out of it.
Yeah, but I did 3,000 on
Do you ever really get out of it?
I was hoping he'd remember that I bluffed you with 3,000.
Ace, queen, jack here, the flop.
And you went 2,000 on top.
Neither player holding anything that good.
Just trying to think he bet 1,000.
JD will pretend and put an end to this hand.
2,000, 4,000, all in.
2,000, 4,000.
I thought you went 4 total. And I thought, well, that's just a little too heavy. But it would look like a good bluff. It should have gotten you the call because it looked like a good bluff.
Figured mid-range would go to You know, Modelo means model in Spanish.
What about, no, did I check?
What about those X's?
2 X's.
Oh, I thought I meant 2 dots.
2 dots?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's what I know.
Doug means pato.
Well, in my world is
Parece como un pacho.
What about Corona?
What about what?
Corona.
Corona?
Corona. What is it?
All right, some fun hands here in the holdings, but nobody really connecting, so we're going to play this pot out. JD bets, Doc, pardon me, bets this turn, and JD makes the call. 4 diamonds out there now. JD's got 2 red 9s. That'll be a flush.
All my Spanish, all I remember is my awesome Spanish teacher teaching us some dirty words.
Right, that's all I remember, the dirty words.
Pese me cula.
Yeah,
That's all I remember. Yeah, that's the salt.
Here we go. Some Spanish lessons on the table. Something about pass the salt. No say nada, man. No say nada.
I couldn't tell you. I think it's.
Still 191 viewers here with us tonight.
But I couldn't tell you for sure.
Hope you guys have clicked like, smash subscribe, and getting ready for the Trailblazer Series down in Austin. Getting ready for big birthday bash, Texas Card House Dallas. That's going to be October 24th. Trailblazer Series this week for the next week and a half down in Austin. And of course, their big stream, Poker and Politics, that'll be coming up on October 23rd.
Good read, man. Good read.
10:50. I'm banging on the door at 11:30 saying open up, man. I got a couple dollars.
There it is, all in together, Poker and Politics. Stream October 23rd, 2 p.m. to 11, so they're going to be battling it out for a while. Jack 7's got a couple of gutter balls, but that's not going to hit. See Fish. Jack 10's going to hold it down here.
Wednesday nights, all the church people would come after the fucking do the church, and everybody would order banana splits. I'd go hide in the freezer, pretend I'm stalking.
A little bit of a 4-liner come out there. 1-liner for the straight.
They're groceries.
Doc bets it out. Z-Fish says the heck with it. I don't even want to mess with it. Top pair in them up. Just like that.
And they smell it? They don't smell bad.
It stays fresh a long time. Now, are they the same ones? It used to have a motto that says, where we treat you like family.
Yes, my man here.
I can't remember, but I remember saying
Man, it's been Benham's night to be under the gun. He's had some holdings up there. Kings, ace queen, ace king, ace jack, steady dose. This time he's under the gun with ace king.
yeah, because you, okay.
Friends are the family you get to choose for yourself.
Doc Hollywood will call
That quote, blood is
with his jack 8.
cut that shit
Bobby.
off. It's not correct. It's
Big lick, 69 offsuit.
blood of the battlefield is thicker than water of the wind.
677.
That's the actual
Bobby flopping the best of it here.
is thicker than the water of the
You see when that bottom card lands a pair against that
it's not biological.
over card that pairs the flop.
It's those whom we have camaraderie with. Or
You see that it helps your equity. Obviously, you have a pair and you have the lead against most hands,
really
but
shedding blood with your friends. You choose your friends. You choose
it's
your
not.
comrades.
Doesn't put you in as happy of a spot as you might think.
That's a very thin water as well.
And this time he just gets
Chloroform.
blown out of it.
It's a
That'll
liquid, but it's kind of a gas.
fix the equity. One way to win the hand. When your opponent folds, pot odds are a little better.
I probably bluffed with the best hand.
What's that, tens?
No, I had ace king.
No, I had you. I thought two. You just folded like a
That was a bad turn card for you.
All right, we need to get that button to the 5 and 6 seat here to spice this thing up.
Hey, what? Scan your hand, please.
Some of the bigger stacks that are nicely profited on the evening, they're starting to slow down a little bit as they can smell the end zone. Coming up on 15, 20 minutes remaining, something like that.
They said, how can you beat him if you don't know what he has? Get in your hand again, Bobby.
Bobby in the big blind with ace queen. He's got a premium 6-7-9. Not a premium flop, but heavily connected.
Future's so bright. Gotta wear my shades.
With any of your middling cards. Doc Hollywood has that.
Yeah, am I gonna get any action?
He has flopped a straight.
Carlos always knows where to find the action.
Little T has top pair and a gut shot, and the only club in the hand. King of spades, no help. Hollywood still. Hollywood still leading out with that straight at 600. This pot ballooning up to 2,200 now. Deuce of clubs on the river.
King of coolers.
Hollywood. Club no scare me. 2,200 bucks. Pot size bet right here. Little T says take it.
Nice and Doc. Nice hand.
Got a little meat on that bone for Doc. 2,200 in that pot.
Oh, he's on lockdown.
I know.
I just doubled this guy.
He's never on lockdown. I can tell you.
Thank you, John.
I will attest to that.
Thank you.
Z-Fish, the only person who's winning.
He is also the only
Then
one.
winning?
Because he doesn't need any help. Hello here, baby. Okay, he's gonna be okay.
I'm just saying, he'll put
I
chips
need
in.
it, bro.
I'm just saying he'll put chips in the mix.
I know
Actually,
he
know who to
will.
bluff, who not to bluff. Okay. Then I'm Z-Fish.
I know he will, but that doesn't work for us to tell him that, okay? All right? It's not serving our agenda, which is
What is
money. Right?
Whose money?
Hand 118 of the evening.
What? I'm playing lockdown, yeah.
All right, we've made it to the limping portion of the show.
Lock that one up. You can get a fucking McDonald's.
10K flip?
Oh, shit.
King 7-6. Carlos, middle set. He will check it over to Hollywood. Hollywood's open-ended. Little T is open-ended. They have the same hand, 5-8. Could see some chaos here. Three of hearts. It's gonna slow some folks down, but not Hollywood. He will bet it. 400 bucks.
I expected to go home broke. Okay?
Little T with the 8 of hearts, but may not want to mess with this, and she does fold. Carlos has a set. He's definitely messing with it. 6 of diamonds. That'll pair the board. Fills up for Carlos. See what kind of bet he makes here.
Play tight, play all night.
About 1,000 bucks. Bets 1,000 into 1,500. Doc Hollywood's open-ender is missed.
On my birthday, I played pretty tight.
Carlos safe.
It was kind of, yeah.
Safe and sound, he'll take down the pot, but couldn't get any value on that river.
I know, I just didn't want to lose on my birthday, you know. And then live the whole year saying you lost on your birthday, you know. So you gotta, huh? He did, but he still lost and I still won. So. And I still got the fact that I've got him to throw.
Don't forget that big Trailblazer series coming at you starting in Austin. Starts tomorrow with the $360 buy-in, $100,000 guarantee. That's in Austin tomorrow. And the winner of 6 different Trailblazer stops. They're going to be keeping points. The winner of all those points throughout the 6 stops of the Trailblazer Poker Tour can win a Chevy Trailblazer. Scan there for details. Get all the haves and have-nots and the rules for that. Because the player of the Trailblazer Series could win a Trailblazer. Oh my goodness. Back to action, and we see under the gun aces. We see John has raised it up with aces. And we see JD in the low jack with queens. Let's see what kind of chaos we can have here. All right, John's raised it up with aces. Pardon me, Doc was the original raiser. He's not in the straddle. Doc raised it for 200. 3-bet from John. 4-bet now here from JD. And that is a yellow chip now. That's 1,100 coming in from John.
You just had to announce 2 hands left.
From Doc, pardon me. Doc Hollywood bet 1,100. John beats him in the pot, and that might scare off JD, as it does. The queens are in the muck, and we're going to see aces on aces. And JD's going to love his easy fold. Holy smokes, what is going on? All right, we're all in there. Aces versus aces.
So one? Okay, they don't want to do.
They don't want to. They don't want to do nothing nasty.
They don't want to do that screw.
Just chop JD's money. They're happy.
Okay, I'm still gonna run it out.
Queen 3-4 would have been top set for JD. Oh my! Could have been heaps.
Yeah, I love when you spend JD's money, man. It feels
Instead, we're just gonna chop it.
He had to have some of that.
But then this spit is money.
Nice. You flop a set, JD?
Flop it.
100, 200, 400, 800, 1600.
Wow, JD in good spirits says nice hand.
Just in case. Put it right on.
With a little bit of a sad face emoji.
I'll wake up with one good card.
Wow, wee wah.
That's it? It's all in?
I said it, but it sounds like you're going
Yeah, I mean, I'm ready. I'm just looking for a reason. I can't haul all this money home, bro.
All right, looks like these guys can smell the end zone here. It took aces versus queens to stir them up. They are talking a little bit about when the last hand might be. So we're probably getting close.
The nittiest guy I've ever met over there. See number 9? My God. Incredible. Incredible.
You're here. Like this, he's played all 3 of these players.
We're not done yet. We've still got some holdings here. Carlos,
You know what that means?
King Jack, pocket 8s, and an ace 10, 7, 5, 8. We're still flopping sets, kids. Don't go home yet.
The guy that folded Queen's pre-flop. Come on, man. Correct. Correctly? What are you talking about?
Absolutely correctly.
4-7 here for Doc. He leads out with his pair and a gut shot.
He would have tripled.
Yeah, that's why he can't win it. That's why he's breaking even. Now he's not even
Little
breaking
T with this set of 8s.
Yeah,
You had 2,000
you should have put it in.
8,000, knowing you're behind. Knowing 100% you're behind. 100%.
She's done a good job of getting money in there when she's got a big hand, and she will raise this one up.
I'm not going home. Nobody's fucking leaving.
Lock the doors.
Nobody's fucking leaving.
Doc doesn't want to mess with it.
Oh my God.
Takes the train, concedes that pot. Little T shows top set.
He's willing to put into the, let's see if he'll willing to put in the other sets, and then I have to vote.
Still 180 viewers with us currently on all of our TCH live platforms. Still coming at you at YouTube Live, Twitch, Kick, live on Facebook and X. All right, looks like 121 here might be the last hand of the evening. They're trying to figure out how much they're going to put out there for the last hand flip of the evening. JD's been crushing these flips. We'll see how he does on this one. All right, real quick, run through these promos. All in together, Poker and Politics, October 23rd. That's 2 p.m. to 11 p.m. That's going to be a TCH live stream coming at you from TCH Social in Austin. It's going to be a meetup game with a bunch of local celebrities as well as Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton. Be a good time, October 23rd. October 24th, 4th anniversary. Texas Card House, Dallas. It's going to be a big party, big shindig, drawings, hours, lots of giveaways, food and champagne. Come see us October 24th, Texas Card House, Dallas. This is the final hand of the night. We're in the big PLO flip. Who's going to go home with about 2K of extra money? I see a couple of flushes. It looks like the lovely dealer Jazz has shown Jack 8-8 as the winner, so somebody's got a full house out there. And it's moving to the 1 or the 2 seat, couldn't tell who. Sounds like it might have been Z Fish on that last winner. All right, there you go. We'll see you at the Trailblazer Series. That bad boy's getting started this week in Austin. And we will see you also at the Texas Card House Dallas birthday party, October 24th. And be sure to stay tuned on TCH Live for some more streams just like this. Thanks for everyone in the chat. Thanks for everyone for watching. I'm RJ Dupree from Texas Card House, Dallas. We out.